Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a surprise Wednesday stream with everyone's favorite artist who also wants to be a robot, Adam Friended.
What's up, everybody? And we got two very special guests here. We've got Shad, who is his channel is Shadiversity. He's been on the show a couple times. A very prominent YouTuber. And we also have Sam. How do I pronounce your last name, Sam?
Uh,
Fennah.
yes. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so Sam Fennah, who is also an artist and YouTuber. And there's been some sparks, some fireworks over the controversy about AI art. And I guess maybe I'll let you want to start off, Shad. You want to tell us where we're at with the controversy? You had made a couple videos.
So yeah, it started with me being interested in AI. It's an emerging new technology, and I decided to take a look. And as I was taking a look, I came across many interesting claims about it. That it's all built on theft, and it's an immoral type of technology, and that it's going to destroy human artistry, and it's going to take away jobs and everything like that. And when I heard that, I was like, oh. Well, those are pretty severe. Like, this might not be very good. So I looked into it, as I think everyone should. If you hear such, I guess, accusations that have such implication behind them. And so I looked into it in depth. And honestly, I found nearly every single claim to be false. And I was like, oh, wow. People are really having the wrong impression about this. All of it's built on so many different assumptions. And then I tried it out for myself, and I saw the potential of what you can actually make with this. And I was also finding immense satisfaction with what I was making, like true, genuine artistic satisfaction out of the art that I was making with this thing. And so I decided to make a video. I don't know how long ago that original video was. But I made a video addressing all the claims, and let's just say it upset some people, even back then, just a couple. And it kicked off a really big kind of debate, even backlash as well. But all the counter arguments were I did not find satisfying. I even had chats with people about this. I've talked with artists about it on Night's Watch, and people will keep coming to claims. And what I was finding is that no one seemed to want to listen to what I was presenting in terms of, okay, this is actually how it works. If it's theft, all this, and that, and that. And so anyway, that was my first one. And then more recently, I've never stopped my interest in AI art, and I've had some fights on Twitter about it. And more recently, I posted comparison showing the improvement in techniques and technology in what you can make with this, because I'm honestly getting much better at it than when I first started. And that, holy crap, that kicked off a hornet's nest. People got so upset about it. That tweet had over, I think, 9 million views on Twitter and everything. But also, I wanted to show that there is a lot of misconceptions about this. And one of the big misconceptions is that it takes no effort, talent, or artistic skill to make really good AI art. The people are so desperate to dismiss this and invalidate it that they will even deny what is blatant reality. But this is why I liked Sam's reply, because he's one of the few people who is vehemently opposed to me, who could actually acknowledge some blatant reality, which means, okay, we could have an honest conversation here. For instance, there are some pieces that you can make with AI art that are just absolutely friggin' phenomenal. They look amazing, all right? And I think any reasonable person that looks at some of this stuff would obviously acknowledge that. But there are so many people who are saying it's all trash, even some really amazing pieces. They say it's complete trash. And I'm like, are we looking at the same thing? And to me, it's almost willful blindness to reinforce the hatred they have because they feel threatened. And I understand that they feel threatened. And so a lot of those responses were like that, where they were just blatantly denying any possible thing with it. And my point is that no, like making the best art actually does require ability, skill in the program. And if you have artistic ability, you can make the best AI art. In actual fact, the people who are going to succeed most with the AI art will be artists using AI. It's actually an emerging new industry that's already got demand for people to know how to use this. And it brings with it such incredible opportunities for artists most of all. And so my message has been, I mean, I can understand people are afraid of it, but you can see there are ways to get tremendous benefit from it and not be afraid. And in actual fact, artists could kick the crap out of so many other competition people trying to use this technology because they have artistic talent they can add to the tools that AI art gives you, and they can make some absolutely amazing thing. And I've been showing that because with the level of artistic ability I have, I can make some things that really most people are unable to make because AI has limitations as challenges that artistic ability enables you to overcome. And so the message is artists can make the best AI art. But that's kind of the long-winded background.
Okay.
Sort of.
I just want to ask a quick follow-up, and then we'll let Sam make his argument or rebuttal or lay out his position. So you made your first video, and some time has passed, maybe months, maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. I'm not really sure, but has the conflict died down or gotten worse?
I'm getting more backlash for it now, but I'm also more actively on Twitter, which might be contributing. And so it's hard to tell exactly. I see more people accepting it in terms of that are not in the artist kind of communities. And I actually see more artists accepting it, but honestly, they don't like mentioning it or sharing that they are interested or even using AI because there is a vicious hate mob ready to dogpile anyone using it. And that really raises a question for me because one of the attacks and criticism against AI art is that it's anti-artists, that it's going to take artists' jobs, and that they're trying to say they support artists by opposing AI art. Yet at the same time, this is the same group of people who are ready to dogpile and get people cancelled and cancel their projects, right? If any artist even acknowledges that they slightly use AI art. There was an artist who was working for Wizards of the Coast who was a brilliant artist, but he was using AI to just fix up some of the side elements of the art. And people basically exposed him and tried to get him fired from Wizards of the Coast for using AI. And it's like, hang on, this is an artist, a really talented artist who is using AI. If you are pro-artist, why are you going out of your way to ruin artists' lives who actually really talented traditional artists, but are only using AI in small little amounts? I think that's a massive contradiction. If you're supporting artists, okay, well, why aren't you supporting legitimate, like really talented artists who are just using AI to assist them in small ways tangentially? So that kind of reaction and response bothers me a lot.
Sam?
Is my microphone working?
Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, just checking. For those of you who don't know, I'm a writer and I do some stuff on YouTube as well. My main interest is understanding different people's perspectives because you can't write about things that you don't understand. Now, I don't understand the argument. Well, I understand some of the arguments for AI. I don't have the same issues with AI as most people seem to. I do have like a few things I would like Shad to address here, which I'm sure he would be more than happy to do. But yeah, I think mostly I'm interested in understanding where this technology is actually going, the endpoint. Culture and technology. This is one thing I've actually learned while watching Shad's videos, is that culture and technology, while linked, can evolve sort of separately from one another. It's like the sort of Greek city-states. They have different cultures, but similar technologies. You can have advanced cultures with primitive technology and primitive cultures with advanced technology. So, the relationship between the AI technology and our culture is of great interest to me. I think we can agree that technology affects culture in both positive and negative ways.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and culture. Let's get our definition straight. So culture is You can tell me if you agree or disagree with this. I would say that culture is defined mostly, not entirely, but mostly by the mindset of the people, the quality and complexity of their thought, which leads them to interact with their world in more advanced and nuanced ways. So when it comes to the exploitation of culture, it is really the attitudes, beliefs, and mindsets being exported. And technology is definitely an aspect of culture, but the two things can exist at different levels of advancement. Would you agree with that?
Probably not in such a limited framework, but I can agree with most of it, with additions in terms of culture, being common practices amongst groups of people, perception standards, and things like that. So I think it works mostly.
Yeah. Before, I suppose what I can do is I can go through. I have three things that I would like to I would like Shad to expand upon.
I want. Sorry to jump in on that. I do really want to get to that, but the thing is, though, Sam, I think you're starting at a more, one reasonable position than a lot of anti-AI art people. And so, to me, I think like a lot of people who are dead set against this, they're going to want things addressed that you already have kind of come to terms with in your mind. But that means people who are coming to this debate who are very much against AI art, those kind of concerns aren't going to get addressed then. And so I'm wondering if we should start with some of the most basic, like
we can go for the most basic thing. So is AI art?
Yeah, that's a great one. But even before then, I think
go on.
A big
you tell me what you want, and I'll provide.
No. I really want to address everything that you want to talk about. But one of the biggest, I would almost call it a scapegoat, because I don't think this is actually the true reason why people oppose AI art. I think the main reason they oppose AI art is that they feel threatened, and I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
And they are worried about their jobs, their future occupation, the investment of time that they have in their, artistic abilities that they put in, and that's the real crutch of what's happening. But then they latch on to multiple reasons that they promote to justify opposing AI art vehemently. And the biggest one is the claim that it's theft built on stolen artwork and that it's immoral. That's what such a big prominent, they call it the elephant in the room. Everyone who kind of wants to talk about my arguments, they always come back to that, saying everything I said basically is about it because it's all theft and it's all immoral and everyone who's doing it is going to break the law and it's going to be opposed in the future legality.
Well, I can put your mind at ease here. AI art, by the general definition of art, it is art, because art is all about intent. You can do a lot of things that seem random, but if you do them with intent, then I think you can definitely open the discussion of it being art, and I don't think that's not really the issue that I have with the technology. So that's fine. You can call it art. Is it stolen art? Again, a lot of people take pieces of media that are available online and remix them and rework them, music, or artwork. And we've generally been okay with this practice until now. And I think the reason is that artists are suddenly taking a stand against it because they don't like what it's being used for. I think that's the distinction. So they don't like the idea of their work being used toward an end that would ultimately work against their interests.
Yeah, I completely. I understand that. But I mean, any person coming up can choose to enter into an industry as competition to the people working in that industry. If anyone wants to make great art, they have every entitlement to do it. And just because people might feel threatened that there's more people now coming into the industry doesn't mean that validates certain claims about the tools that they're using, the way they go about it. Because because to me, if something is moral to do, like learning off of other people's art, okay, that action is moral. Almost, not in every instance, but almost regardless of what the uses it's being put to, as long as it's, within the bounds of the law, of course. Even if it works against other people's interests, say in competition in certain industries, if it's okay for someone to learn, even imitate, styles and other things like that, then it's okay. And you can't suddenly say no, you now it's wrong because I don't like what you're doing with it. It's like, well, that's a different argument. You can argue that what they're doing with it, okay, is wrong, but that's a separate argument to the actual morality of the process of making AI. So AI generating image models, basically.
Yeah, basically the issues that I have with AI comes down to the erosion of culture, of the quality of thinking and people's ability to interact with the world. So I suppose the first big one is the subversion of self-improvement, especially in young developing minds with a lot of neural plasticity. So AI art is an empowering thing to people because it allows them to create amazing art. So if we look at art like a problem that needs solving, you have an idea in your mind, you want to bring it into reality. AI, therefore, is the subversion of that problem. It's the solution. Now, that can be very empowering. But problem solving, fault finding, and creative pressure leads to the evolution of the mind through self-development. So I understand celebrating the empowerment part. I do feel like people are missing the downside in that people will lean easily into this technology to avoid discomfort or any form of resistance. And with no resistance, no pressure, evolution stops. So I think we need more than technological progression. We need social, creative, and cultural evolution, because I think that has been, you might agree, I think it's been eroding for the past 20 years.
Only in certain elements. I think even what you're saying, it can be a massive negative when taken to the extreme, because there are certain automations and processes that make life easier, which is really beneficial to the human race, and it frees us up to be able to pursue other more uplifting things. And I mean, I can see where the concern comes from, and I actually sympathize and agree with some elements of it. Like, I personally,
could I put it to you in a different way? Could I? So, in parenting, when a child develops a crux or a dependence on an iPad or an iPhone, so much so that they're not interacting with the world as they should be, as a parent, I think you would agree that you need to take that away from them. And that can be quite devastating, because you're removing something that they feel they need. You're taking a piece of their life away, something that is linked to their self-worth. But the reason you're doing that is so that they can grow that self-worth within themselves and depend upon themselves instead of an external piece of technology that will hinder their development.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I keep my kids off of social media for as long as possible, but I don't think that's a perfect equivalence to say AI art necessarily. And also, it's based on an assumption that using AI art is just inherently going to rob people's desire to improve themselves in other areas, when, especially with,
well, it's not just AI art. It's artificial intelligence in general.
This is the discussion on AI art, though, because I have my reservations about AI generally. I've spoken.
Okay, we'll get into that.
Yeah, I've spoken a lot on Night's Watch about my concern over AI girlfriends and chat models and all those things. Trust me. I am not 100% AI everything, but with AI art specifically, this specific application of it, I see tremendous benefit with it, right? And in actual fact, using AI art, especially where the technology is at the moment, has so many limitations that it encourages the development of artistic ability to work through those limitations. Because like the more recent challenge I posed on Twitter, which was just last night, was I went out of my way to make a really challenging art piece with AI art. It's so challenging that it's basically impossible to make with just prompts alone, because AI art has they really struggle with detailed hands in complex hand position and placement, complex, more dynamic poses, original characters. And so those are some challenges that, if you want to make the best AI art with those elements in, you need to apply artistic ability. And so I purposely made one of the toughest AI art pieces that I've ever made that has all. And Swords on an Angle. Man, AI struggles so much depicting.
I think
just to finish my point,
okay,
just to show that you need artistic ability to make AI art. And because people who use AI art that are running into these barriers, that actually encourages them to try and sketch out and draw a guide for the AI, which actually pushes them to develop traditional artistic skills to work in conjunction with AI. And so the claim that it will prevent people wanting to improve in other artistic abilities, I've found the opposite. It actually, like, I've drawn on and off continually, even though I do it less now than before, right? But I've been drawing more since starting to use AI art than I did before, because it's so fulfilling to apply these other artistic abilities with AI to get the best results.
Okay, there's a term I'm quite fond of. If you don't use it, you lose it. So you must continue to engage with a practical ability or risk its degradation or eventual deletion. In evolution, you can actually watch this play out. You can, anyone can go to a museum and take a look as limbs, tails, claws, and beaks vanish from certain animals. You can even observe this in living memory through Darwin's finches. So if you apply that logic to the mind, the brain is very much like a muscle. Whenever you do something, anything, a connection is formed. The more you do it, the stronger that connection. And it's similar to muscle. The stronger your mind becomes. So with AI, the concern is that you're offloading mental strain of certain problems, so that you needn't stress yourself with a hard creative or mechanical problem. Now that's convenient. Yes. People always say to this, it's convenient though. But the ultimate form of convenience is surely living in a simulation pod being fed through a tube. So the argument that you're making is only true if the technology never evolves. And I would put forward that it will a lot. By the end of this century, well, I don't think anyone do you think
I
that
agree.
The process
I agree
of fixing,
it'll get better, but
do you just very quickly, do you think that the process of fixing the AI's mistakes will still be relevant, combined with things like quantum computing? Once they figure out the energy problem, surely it will run its own diagnostics and it won't have issues with these things.
Possibly. The thing is, though, we've projected certain technological progressions many times in the past, and they've hit plateaus that we didn't expect, and it stopped. For instance, in the 1950s, if rocketry technology continued on the rate that it was advancing at, people were expecting that would be living on the moon in the 90s. That's why we have old sci-fi shows. Is it Space 1999 or something like that? Where they thought we were going to be a spacefaring civilization, because they were looking at the current advancement of rocketry technology and expected it to continue on that way. But what actually happened is it hit a plateau. It hit a roadblock that wasn't expecting. I almost wonder if we're going to hit that with AI art or AI progression, a hardware barrier or some type of, and we're already hitting certain hardware barriers, by the way. They need more and more powerful GPUs to try and do this. And so it's hard to say. Okay. It's hard to say, but even if, say, the technology progresses to a point where it becomes much, much easier. And I honestly, absolutely acknowledge that it is already getting easier and better, right? I still think that there's going to be elements that require significant human input, especially in defining poses and positions and stuff. And also the fact that you can define a pose so much easier through sketching it or working with a reference, right, than trying to describe it in words, means people who, or anyone who puts in just more effort than other people to depict what they want in a better way, they're going to just be making better art, even if the tools get better. That's just the standard. You put in more effort, and you have more ability in depicting what you want, you will make better results. And so even with the improvement of technology, there's going to still be a skill component, I suspect.
Okay, so if we fast forward 50 years, or go as far as you like, because these technological bottlenecks will not always be here, and we're not arguing for necessarily the now. We are arguing for the world that will be inherited by the youth of today. So AI technology may very well be able to create flawless images in seconds and able to self-regulate the results so that there are zero errors or artifacts. And similar to Alexa, you may be able to speak to your device like a conversation, and the device will work with you for a few minutes and update things in real time. And you can save the model, the character, and have it animated into a movie. This could be your phone or your computer. So this is where the technology is going, and this is what it's aspiring to. This is what it wants to achieve, so that everyone can, So so what was once a process supporting jobs for millions of people is now as simple as ordering a pizza. So is that technologically brilliant? Yes, of course it is. Nobody would deny it. But I would argue that it's not good for our culture or our mindset. Because you have made art disposable by generating hordes of paintings, drawings, and books, regardless of their quality.
Okay, I've got to jump in because I think that's laced with so many assumptions and also a bit of bias. Because
it may be, but because you agree that this is where it's trying to go.
But the assumption that it's going to destroy human artistic endeavor is, I think, completely false. And we've seen it before. People claimed when photography was invented that it would destroy hand-painted portraits and stuff. People are going to make art because they enjoy it, even if there's technology that can achieve better, more realistic results.
So the camera,
even with Star Trek, right? Like if you got to the technology where you can have a 3D hologram instantly depicted and stuff like that, it's not going to stop people wanting to make art for themselves for the satisfaction and joy that
I'm again with the camera. Nothing like AI has really existed before in terms of its potential output. With the camera, it is limited by the reality of the world. You can capture what is there, but a painter can embellish, characterize, exaggerate, and warp reality to meet the needs of, a creative vision. So the camera was a whole new medium, a whole new challenge with a whole new set of problems for people to solve. I would argue this of digital art. It didn't just make things slightly more convenient. It invented a whole new playground for people to experiment with AI.
Well, can I jump on just right there?
What new skills?
Currently, AI, that's exactly what's happening. And I've been demonstrating the limitations. Like, it brings a whole new host of difficulties that you need ability and talent in the program to work through and get the best results. And that's going to remain the same for a good while still.
For a good, well, how would you define a good while?
At least 5-10 years.
Right, that's not a long time. For 50 years.
Well,
time,
hang on. I mean, how long has the digital art kind of phase lasted? Okay, when it came in with Photoshop and stuff like that, we're dealing with the same time frames, and the whole industry through this time period is going to require people who have talent and ability to work through those programs who are going to rise to the top of the demand in the new market.
Right. Okay. So you think that? Okay. So your argument is that artists must use this technology in order to compete at a higher level. Just so I'm responding to the correct.
To compete at a high, not necessarily. I think the best artists, all right, who get really fast and can just pump out amazing results and stuff like that, they actually can still compete with even some of the best AI art. And I don't think they're going to be replaced because of those limitations. The specificity is really hard to nail down.
Okay, but the limitations are limited to today or the next 5-10 years. Again, when it comes to the future, of our fucking species, down the line, as this technology gets exponentially faster, once they do crack the quantum computing problem, which they will, once Neuralink is developed, once all these things but once this is what they want. This is what they're pouring billions into. They're going for this is what you want too. You want this future.
Not necessarily, but
you don't necessarily. Okay, well, you don't necessarily.
Again, I'm focusing on AI. Like I'm focusing on AI art currently right now. Okay, and again, I think right now where it's at is got so much potential, and
artists don't want to use AI because
hang on, there are artists who already are, and I mentioned
I'm sure,
and they've been and they get dogpiled and attacked. Of course, artists who claim to support AI, who support artists. They claim to support artists. They'll attack artists for using it.
Okay, the reason those particular artists then don't want to use AI is because what they feel like what they're using and they're correct in this, I believe. What they're using was built with the ultimate goal of developing to a point where the artist is no longer the necessary component. So
I disagree. That's just an assumption that there's going to be a point where the artist is no longer essential
it already
component. I think human
it already
expression,
is.
human expression, other humans naturally connect with human expression. And even if they have really advanced tools, right? Artists using AI art is going to be the most prominent kind of thing. And the assumption that that's not going to be the case, again, I think is completely false, because humans still want to see other humans express themselves. And to think that's just going to go away because we have
it's not other humans that are necessarily the issue. It's the fact that people use these industries to support themselves. And when you have one artist doing the job of 10, those other 10 are
to me that's amazing, because that means because individuals,
what are those other 10 going to do?
No, because there's more people trying to make something out of their lives and compete with the mainstream, that now one person can do the job of 10. It's not actually 1 to 10, it's more like 1 to 2 or 3, and even at and in a lot of cases, because of the limitations, it's 1 for 1. Like, I know how difficult it is to work with this AI, and if I wanted to make a graphic novel with AI generated images, I would need to hire the exact same amount of people as if I did it traditionally. And so the first of it's assumption that it's always just one person doing the job of 10. But even if we get there, it is such an empowering thing for individuals.
No,
because it increases their output and capacity to make incredible things to compete with the mainstream.
Output.
To me, that's such an amazing thing. One person being able to do the job of 10. That's freaking amazing.
Okay, if I may. Yeah. You're clearly championing creatives, and that's fine. The ones with the vision, so much so that you're happy to let the people who help bring those visions to life, the artists, get less work. So you claim that because they're choosing not to compete. Well, the trouble is they're competing with the very people they're asking to work for. You're pitting the client and the seller against one another. What creative would spend money?
What do you mean by that? Like,
okay, I'll specify. Why would you're developing an indie game, and you enter what's called the blue sky period, which is a period where you would bring in various artists with various different styles to depict, these ideas. What would this look like? How would this look? But obviously, you have a choice. You can either hire these 10 artists, as you would in the past, or you could go onto your free AI software and generate these pieces yourself. So the artists are now competing against the people that they would normally be selling to. So what creative would spend money on a team of artists when they can generate everything they need? In this world, everyone is a seller. Everyone can generate. No. Nothing is transactional.
No, the reason why is because artists would be able to make vastly better AI art than people who don't have that talent or ability. And also, this is the hard reality, right? Artists aren't entitled for people to want their work, okay? And they're trying to take away the fact that, there are individuals who can now do it themselves, because now they're empowered to do it. They have the tools to do it, and no one's entitled to their dollar. If they can actually save money and devote those funds to other things that still are going to take time and effort, everything like that, all power to them. Who are we to say that, no, you have to spend your money the way that I demand you do by enforcing scarcity to make my own talents and abilities more valuable?
It's not the what, it's the why. Like of course you can do this, but like art, I don't think artists are trying to pull up the ladder. They just don't want the ladder to be burned to the ground. No, I don't think they do. They have spent their entire lives climbing to the top of this ladder, and I don't know,
let's actually expound that a little bit, because
sure,
I have seen resent and jealousy for the fact that people can make what some perceive as comparable quality art easier than what they're able to make with their traditional skills. And I think that's looking at it, because that doesn't invalidate the traditional skill or ability that they have. There are such great artists that I can't make with traditional means. It's a credit to them and their ability. Okay. But then to say that because my traditional methods took more time, investment, and effort to achieve this level of skill, I am then going to fight to prevent you using a tool to achieve equivalent results because I consider my method more valid. And trying to enforce that on other people. That's like, no, hang on, you don't have that right to enforce that on other people. Like to me, that's where you're crossing a line then that is not good. Okay, people are entitled to use technology to achieve success.
But technology is only one aspect of a culture, and I think reducing the value of how much we need each other is not a healthy process. I think it stifles our creative reach.
Hang on, again, I don't think that is universally reducing what would you say? Reducing.
Rather than having a relationship between each other where things are transactional, instead you've got everyone is again, you're hung up on this idea that because the technology can be better employed by artists now, in 10 years, that it will still need these skills, but
not necessarily. Sorry,
it will
not
just
necessarily
need specificity.
But what I'm in that time, like after the 10 years, not necessarily need, but artists will still make the best AI art. Artists who have imagination to see
And
a
how
scene,
many-
character and pose, right, much better than what other people can, and then they can use AI to depict that, and then they have the talent and ability to see any flaws or corrections, even if it looks pretty good to the layman, what the AI produces. A talented artist will always be able to see ways to improve it and make a better result than people who don't have that artistic eye.
And how
and
many?
So
and
even
again,
then, the artist will make the best AI art.
okay, but again, where do you see the industry in the future in 5 years, 10 years? Like,
I see so many more.
What will people do? What is the
independent
end
creators? Well, like to answer, I see so many more individual independent creators depicting their imaginations and their visions in such incredible quality that they never would have had the means to do it themselves. There are so many creative minded people with brilliant ideas that just don't have the natural artistic ability to depict them well enough to compete in the market. But these could be still brilliant ideas that could give people so much fulfillment, joy, and entertainment and things. And now they have that because they have tools available. And this goes very much so for disabled artists. There are so many artists right there who have received an injury or a disability that they have tremor in their hand or something like that, that they're robbed of their artistic expression now, yet they still have this creativity and imagination and desire to depict what they have in their mind. And AI art is enabling that. And I think that is such a tremendous good.
But
like I found that phenomenal.
This future you're describing, where literally anyone can create a Hollywood movie, right? For who? Who are they selling this to? When
for
everyone
anyone who will enjoy it. Just it's the same level of marketing, right?
And again,
the best will rise to the surface. That's the way it's always been.
Right. Again, human beings have evolved to solve problems. We need stimulus. Just if something makes you happy, it doesn't always make you whole, right? I think humans, we need stimulation. And without stimulation, without problems to solve, human beings, as we know, we start to invent them, right? So when you automate the world and you have this artificial intelligence driving us everywhere, delivering everything, doing, fucking...
You are moving away from AI art.
No.
I have reservations about AI and that it can go too far.
Well,
and it shouldn't replace certain things. Yeah.
Well, you're going to have this conversation with your own people then, because the whole concept of artificial intelligence, it comes for every. It's not just art. It comes for every single aspect of life. It wants to do everything for you, so that you needn't stress yourself. You needn't worry.
Again, Sam, sorry, we're going off topic because there's a lot of things that I agree with you in terms of AI going too far.
So why is it too far for an Uber driver, but not too far for an artist? What's the distinction?
Well, hang on. No, I didn't say about the Uber driver. My main concern is actually about relationships and things like that. But driving again, it's a completely separate argument, which could be you have
It's the
some
same
interesting
argument.
back and
It's
no,
the exact
no, it's
same.
not
The
because
automate when everything is automated. What do we do as a species? What problems
no,
do we have
because
left to
one,
solve?
you assume that AI art is going to automate art across the board, and there's going to be no artistic expression as a result. When my argument is like that's not the case at all.
There
Even
will
when
it
it
will
gets
be
really automated, artists are going to make the best stuff because they have the biggest imagination. They can see all the same things that I said.
Can I interject here for a second? Because it seems like, I mean, when you're walking up to these AI image generators, Sam, you're not just saying, give me one art, please. You're deciding what to execute. Isn't
Right.
that always going to be the purpose of the tool? Like, aren't all tools about accomplishing some sort of task execution?
Right. Okay. So we can probably explore an analogy here that would be, I think, that would work. So when you order a pizza, right? It's the famous pizza analogy, so I apologize in advance.
That's okay.
A chef uses tools. He has a cheese grater, he has a pizza cutter, a knife, an oven, shakers, right? These tools make his job more convenient, yes. But you wouldn't dare strip him of the title of chef because of these things. With AI, you're the guy at home on the pizza app typing in the specifications of your pizza. Now you can email him even a drawing of the exact pizza you want. But and when that pizza arrives, you can send it back and make notes and tell him to add more pepperoni. But no matter how long or specific this process is, no matter how long it takes or whatever, you are not the chef. In terms of AI, because the chef uses to
Sam,
because the chef uses tools to make his job easier, you're reducing the chef as a tool in and of itself. Your tool.
Yeah, Sam,
there's kind of two arguments here, though.
Yeah, can I jump in on this?
Yeah, go ahead, Shad.
Sam, that analogy only applies if AI artists were claiming that they're traditional hand-drawn artists. They're not, okay? I'm saying that you can use artistic tools with the development of AI, but I've never said it's 100% equivalent to traditional hand-drawn art, okay? But it is absolutely a type of artistic expression. And as to what type, I don't think it's a perfect one-to-one analogy, even with what you're describing. I mean, because it requires...
Well, it's a perfect analogy, because even if it's a robot chef incapable of taking credit, it doesn't matter. You're still not the chef.
But the analogy, if you want to go there, make it a robot, right? Then you would also have to say that there are elements, like certain types of cutting of ingredients that the robot is incapable to do, that me, as trying to get this order, has to step in and do manually by hand. And the fact that I would have previous cooking experience means I would be able to execute those tasks better than people who don't have that cooking experience.
Again,
so hang on, let me finish. So it still requires ability to cook to get the best results. And even then, right, like if you want to try and claim its type of directing, well, I think film directors are artists.
Yeah. Again, this discussion isn't about the what; it's about the why. I think.
Well, no. You went into the what, and I'm addressing the what.
Yeah,
So if film directors are artists, in fact, AI artists are even more so, because it requires more hands-on stuff to do manually than getting someone to do everything else for you.
You're not thinking of the long term of this technology at all.
Well, now you're jumping back to the long term. We went into the specificity.
Again, it's like, just because the AI has a certain issue with certain things today, it doesn't mean it will have the same issues a year from now. And so what I'm arguing is that we're driving off a cliff. And your argument is, well, we haven't driven off the cliff yet. We're safe. It's like, but can't you fucking see where this is going?
Look, for the purposes of the conversation, I think we should nail down like the term of artist. It seems relevant here. And I mean, you make the pizza analogy, but I mean, the pizza analogy is apt. Like P.F. Chang is the chef, right? But they sell P.F. Chang in grocery stores. So they're basically, a robot is making a P.F. Chang dish, and P.F. Chang is taking credit for that dish and selling it. So, I mean, there is kind of an analog to what's going on here. The best dishes, the best styles, the best ideas kind of rise to the top, and they're manufactured in this kind of technical way. And so how are you defining an artist? Obviously, I think that's relevant to the conversation.
Well, we talked about this at the beginning. I think, again, I'm not disputing that, art is about expression. It's about intent. I'm more than happy to give it to Shad that, AI art is art. That's fine with me.
Oh,
Okay.
can I? Because that's a credit to you. Can I just jump on that and give you credit for that, Sam? Because to me, that shows that you're willing to approach this in good faith. There are so many artists who will fight to their death to discredit that you could get any type of artistic expression through AI art. And to me, like when they're so doggedly in that position, it's impossible to have a productive conversation with them, because they're denying some pretty basic things that I feel if any reasonable person would acknowledge. So anyway, I just wanted to give you credit that you're, to me, like, again, to get from where so many anti-AI art people are to where you are, that's a whole process that I don't know how necessarily to address it, but I appreciate that.
Again, my concern, and I'm open to having my mind changed. Again, it's for the I think the quality of a culture overrides the quality of its technology, and I think our culture technology has evolved so far beyond what our culture is capable of even fucking, using. It's very stressful, because humans are communicating less. Our ability to form meaningful relationships have been decimated. And so I know you want to keep this specifically to the art thing, and that's fine. But as long as you know that I came into this chat with the topic of AI in general on my mind, so specifically for the art thing, it's not a hill I'm going to die on. I can certainly see the benefits of people, generating their own movies and feeling good about that, and having artistic expression. It's not necessarily the issue that I take with artificial intelligence as a whole. I think it will undeniably lead to a disruption with artists gaining employment. It will lead to less artists being able to have work. I don't think it's helpful for human beings to subvert difficult creative problems with an artificial brain. And no matter what you say about the limitations of AI art now, it's impossible to argue that it won't get better. And it is an artificial brain. That's what it is. It's an artificial mind. It takes things, sure, it takes your input. And I'm not saying you can't be specific with it. You can't tell it what to do. But it is a artificial mind. And you're offloading stress and strain and pressure to that, so that you don't need to feel that for yourself, and that does affect the development of the mind. This is just true.
I see. That what you just said.
It's true of children. You agreed earlier that it was true.
Hang on, because you're saying you're offloading challenges and difficulties and everything.
Well, you are. Yes.
No, it's not the case with it at the moment. In actual fact,
at the moment, that's the key word.
Yeah. For the next 5 to 10 years, that's still a large period of time where it's still going to challenge people.
So you're right until you have a sell-by date for your argument. This is new.
But if we're talking about currently right now, because that's what is important, what's happening right now.
No, what's important is the future of our fucking species.
Because what you're saying is based entirely on assumption. You can't guarantee that. You're very like confident that that's going to be the case, even though you don't actually know.
No, I'm not saying it is the case.
Hey, I have a more hopeful view of what AI art can be, not necessarily AI. I have my reservations about AI.
I'm not 100% certain. I'll let you go right after me, Sitch. Look, Sam, I'm not quite sure what the actual argument you're making is, just because, like, embedded in your argument seems to be the idea that if we have more art, that's going to create some sort of problem in society, which I don't necessarily understand. No. Like, if we have more, like if you could produce twice as much content, I feel like that would be a good thing.
It depends on the insights of the artist, I think, and it depends on the quality so again, you're mistakenly thinking that this is something that the art aspect of AI is something that is the key issue that I take. It's not. The three issues that I have is, number one, is offloading creative and mechanical problems to artificial brains and bodies, leading to the subversion of self-improvement, especially in young people. Number two,
embedded in that, there is kind of this Protestant work ethic that, like, you have to do it by hand.
No,
automation is just a normal part of.
Not by hand. Not by hand. No, not by hand. It's
that currently
you don't
that
need to do
the
something
case.
by hand to.
Yeah,
you don't need to do something by hand to think about it. It's all in the mind here. It's creative problem solving.
Sam, that premise right now currently isn't the case. You're not offloading difficulty or challenges.
Well, you are.
But
no.
He's saying
you're getting a whole new host of challenges.
He's saying soon you will, Shad, which I do agree with him on that point. Like, it is going to get easier and easier. The technical challenges that you're overcoming, Shad, will eventually be overcome.
Yes. Well,
yeah. But I still don't see, like, the biggest problem in art has always been what to paint, what to draw. Like, the AI doesn't solve that problem for you as an artist. It doesn't. So
yeah, that's fine. I'm not claiming that it does. I'm not claiming that it does. Nowhere have I stated that AI is in danger of out creating us. You will always need human input. That's not the issue I take. Again, it comes with the aspect of creative problem solving. For example, say for you have Shad with his drawings. He wants to shade them. He wants to composite them. He wants to have these drawings take on a more realistic aspect, right? That is a creative problem. Now, in the process, might take months or years. In the process of learning how to shade, how to do this, how to do that, Shad's mind is developing. It's evolving. Adult brains don't stop developing after they've matured. They keep developing. And he's engaging his mind with a problem that needs to be solved, which he's engaging with his world, right? Now, with AI, even if for the moment it's not perfect, and yes, he would still need to come in and tell it what to do. My concern, and I'm not saying this is fact, my concern is AI will reach a point where you have an issue and you tell it to fix it and it fixes it. And the process of your brain actually developing and creating those connections for itself no longer occurs. And what are the effects of that?
Why do you assume that if AI art becomes as good as there's a chance it will, I fully acknowledge that no parent is going to give a child a pencil to draw?
Well, I don't assume that.
Well, then because I feel that invalidates your concern there.
No, it doesn't. People are
still going to learn
it doesn't
traditional
invalidate
arts.
Because a lot of parents do unfortunately give their kids iPads. They're raised on iPads.
But there's but I don't do that, and I encourage parents to try.
You
and
don't
raise their
do
kids.
that.
But that's the thing. Like, it's the parent's choice. But the thing is, though, to assume that just because there are easier things across the board, that it's going to destroy, development of the human brain. I think it could.
I think I'm not dealing in absolute. You're very keen.
Okay, it seemed like it was. It seems like this is that it's going to happen because it's all easy and everyone's going to opt to that. I think not everyone's going to opt for that. I think there's a lot of people who still see the value.
Most people will opt for that. In the same way that most people have opted for social media instead of fucking talking to people. In the same way that most people cannot form emotionally mature relationships because they always opt for the more convenient thing that's available to them. And yes, sure, you can resist this and say, well, not me, but most people will and have and do. It's not a thing that's disputed. It's already happening now. People are already inching into this more convenient technological fucking paradise. And all the while, their ability to talk to each other is eroding before our eyes. It's happening. So with
the talking one, I've got my concerns with the chat models and things like that.
Now just apply that to art.
I don't think it's such a direct comparison to art, like the way that you're saying, because art is about expression, conveying what you have in your mind.
So it's talking to people. It's talking to someone.
No, but in terms of art, it requires taking that idea and then expressing it and something that's
does a
active.
conversation.
That AI art doesn't, like, even when it gets really good, it's not going to do perfectly. Like, it's going to require additional effort and intent that is going to encourage people to try and do better because they want better results.
So
Let's get yeah, go ahead.
yeah,
Sitch.
so there's it seems like the two main issues in the conversation are the value and worth of human struggle and how many people's jobs will be replaced by this technology.
There is a third issue I wanted to bring
Well, we
up.
haven't. I'm just saying that we've got to so far.
Yeah, so far, yeah,
Yeah. So going to the value and worth of human struggle. Specifically, I want to ask Shad this question, which is, in your video, I agree that it's kind of like the way that prompting works and the way that the AI works. It's not so much that it's necessarily less work to do AI art. It's just a different set of skills, and it can take just as long. But the question that was asked, which I don't think really got an answer to, was, hypothetically, yes, we can't predict the future, but hypothetically, if in 10 years from now the technology becomes so easy to use that it doesn't require really any long set of skills or anything to use, right? Just say hypothetically that's the case. In 10 years, anyone could just make perfect AI art, just by typing stuff in or giving a reference picture or whatever. Does the technology become bad at that point under your estimation?
No, not under mine.
Mm-hmm.
Because I still think it needs intent. The big thing I see that enables people to depict their imagination to such a real way, and it's not going to prevent people from picking up a pencil and doing traditional arts because people like doing it. They enjoy it. It's not going to stop people doing what they enjoy. And I feel that the claim that this is going to prevent people from challenging themselves and developing is complete assumption, because automation has enabled us to overcome and not deal with difficult things. We're not all farmers anymore, but what that enables us to do, it frees up our time to focus on other difficulties and other struggles to develop even further. Okay. And so this is falling into the same case where people are still going to find challenges. They're still going to try and develop.
So
I don't think AI art is going to subvert that. I think it just enables people to express their artistic vision in new ways. That doesn't mean that they're not going to try and challenge themselves in other mediums. Just because it exists doesn't mean people are going to stop painting and drawing.
So when the artists that would typically make their living off, producing these movies or making these things, when they lose their jobs, what are they going to do?
Well, they could compete. They could make better art than the people replace. And by the way, when you say losing their jobs, you're trying to say it's a net negative, right? There are people gaining jobs who are using this technology. They're not getting replaced by a brainless, mindless, soulless AI. They're getting replaced by artists using AI.
No. Well, they are actually losing their jobs, like
to other artists using AI.
No, they're losing their jobs to just like AI in general. Because, for example, if a company has, like, again,
they still have art directors and things.
Sure, they have art directors, but like if we take a look at like that Loki intro that was, oh no, it wasn't the Loki intro, it was the fucking Secret Invasion intro that was all done with AI. Now they
low quality AI, low quality.
Yes, of course, yes, but it did look like crap, yes. But they hired maybe a few people to put that together, and so those are the jobs you're talking about.
Yeah, but the
vast team that would have been hired, what are they doing?
Well, hang on, vast team. You don't.
To produce an intro of that quality, you would.
I think a talented artist by themselves could, because that was low quality. It wasn't that, like, wouldn't take too much effort to duplicate.
Not that, no. But if they wanted to actually, if they wanted to make something like akin to the Game of Thrones intro, they would need a team of artists.
Well, you'll probably need a team of AI artists, because to get better results with the current technology, right? It would almost get a verge of requiring the additional amount of AI artists to traditional artists.
Beyond the
good
direction.
Results is hard.
It's yet right now, but generally AI solves a lot of problems for you without really replacing them with that many new ones.
It's a new host of problems. It depends on the quality level you're trying.
I would dispute the amount of problems new problems that AI has invented for people. Because if we look at digital art,
we could dispute the amount, but to me, it's mostly immaterial, because if it even ends up being less, I think that's a benefit, because it means it's easier, more efficient, and that's a good thing, because you have higher output and faster speed then.
My question is, where are those displaced artists going? You say
Sam,
they're competing. Go on.
if these visual effects artists can do 10 times the amount of work using AI, and the cost of the visual effects go down in movies, and these big tentpole movies cost half or even a quarter of what they cost to make, won't they just make more of them? It seems like that would be what would end up happening. There would just be like more movies made because every artist would be able to accomplish more than they were originally able to accomplish.
I think that's
a great point.
Well, it's a very very idealistic point, and I'm not saying that can't happen. By the way,
that's what I'm doing.
Well, I mean, this is why we have the world that we live in today, because of automation. Automation makes, I mean, this is why we have food as cheap as we have.
Sure, yeah.
We have cars as cheap as we have. We have computers as cheap as we have.
There's an argument to be made for automation and new challenges, but again, this comes to a problem with artificial intelligence in general. The ultimate goal of this technology, the thing that it really wants to achieve, is the complete automation of any activity that might be seen as strenuous to a human being. That's what it wants to do.
But I don't understand why that is a bad thing. Like, we don't build bridges with shovels because we have earth movers now, but that's a good thing.
Because when you, thankfully, we still have problems to solve and to things to distract ourselves with. But when you start removing more and more problems for humans to solve, that's not healthy for the animal.
But it's also not a guarantee that humans are going to abandon doing things that are hard. Like, we have automated farming, but people still do gardening. We have many automated things. We have cars, but people still go out and walk and exercise because they know it's good for them and they need it.
And you're making a point that I wanted to make earlier. everyone that uses one of these AI image generators doesn't call themselves an artist. Like, they're doing something that they find enjoyable. Like, everyone who has a garden doesn't call himself a farmer. Right?
I've got no, again, don't overestimate my investment in the enjoyment. I've got no issue with people deriving pleasure from, coming up with a creative output.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I'm putting forward my concerns, and in that I don't think that the automation of human tasks, the way it's going, is going to be particularly healthy. I don't think social media, for example, has had a particularly good effect on our psychology as a species.
Look, social media has its problems, but this conversation wouldn't have been possible without social media.
That's
true.
I do think there are a lot of positives that come out of this. Yes, there are, but overall, what would you say the effects are of Twitter, of these social media platforms? I don't think it's too good for our psychology. Like, yes, it's easier than ever to connect to people, but those connections aren't. They're more hollow.
Look, we can talk about social media, but just on the art thing, I don't necessarily think, and look, I agree with you. I do kind of have a Protestant work ethic myself. I think people should work hard to accomplish something with their lives. I feel like a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. Just let me finish my point.
Almost there.
Just let me finish my point. So I do think what you're saying is true. I agree with you in a sense. People do need to struggle to find challenges in their lives that they can overcome. I see when some, hold on, just let me finish. It's okay.
Okay. I know. I just
once a challenge, they overcome one challenge, once something becomes easier, human beings have this way of looking for another challenge, a harder challenge. Okay. So once it becomes easy for anybody to make any image that they want, they start concentrating on, what image is going to be the most entertaining? What combination of images are going to be the most entertaining? How do I string these together in a story that's going to be
what are the mechanical problems? Two questions.
I
What are-
demonstrated that with my recent art piece. I actually
Yes,
went
again,
out of my way. No, but I went out of
But
my
in the
way
modern day,
to make
yes.
the most difficult AI art piece I could because of the technical challenges, because I like challenging myself. And people,
He's
people
going
choose
up
it.
to the higher challenges.
Exactly.
Yes,
Why,
yeah.
why do we like playing video games on hard difficulty? Because we like challenging ourselves. And if it becomes easy, we're going to find new ways to challenge ourselves. And,
Again, but
it might even encourage people to
your
pursue
argument-
traditional art because it is more challenging.
back to Adam, sorry, very quickly.
That's okay.
Why do you believe in in human struggle?
Why do I believe? Just
Yeah,
it's
why do you think it's important for humans to struggle with something, to strain ourselves to solve problems? Why is that?
it gives us meaning in our lives. I feel like humans want to overcome challenges. Like all of our stories, it's innate in all of our stories. All of our stories are about conflict. If you don't have
Yes.
conflict in a story, you don't have a story. We love conflict. We love overcoming challenges. So
Yeah. And okay, so you're almost there. You're close, right? Now now that's fine. Now the only thing that I'm putting forward here, right, is that if you agree that human beings thrive off challenges and developing ourselves through strain and pressure and all these things, right? Then if this technology develops to a point, which is very likely, no one can guarantee it, of course, right? But if this technology develops to a point where you do have a conversation, it's like Jarvis, it's like Iron Man, you know, you have a conversation with a device and it does all the things for you. Say, okay, get me a woman, right? There you go. Stick this dress on her, spin her around. Yep, I like that. Change the eyes. Yeah, that's good. Make them a bit bigger. Reduce the tits. Okay, download that. That's a possibility.
Most people aren't going to reduce it, but anyway.
Yeah, of course. But you see, now that reality is that's what they want. That's what they want.
Hang on.
Where's the struggle?
Well,
Sure,
is that for
idea.
personal entertainment or is that for entertaining others? Because it's far more of a struggle to entertain others.
Yeah,
obviously.
Like depict that in a cool story that needs.
That's fine.
Look
again. When it comes to the struggle of telling a story, right? Let's agree. The content of art will never be under threat. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. Mm-hmm. I agree that the quality of content won't necessarily be affected by AI. There will be more of it, yes. Again, my concern and the art aspect is 10% of my concerns here.
Why are you laughing, Shad?
That's what we're here to discuss.
I know, but like I said, I was transparent at the very beginning. I did say, I gave a list.
Look, the potential of AI, I think, is far too great to pass up. Like if we can input all the research on cancer into an AI, and an AI can give us a cure for cancer, that's going to be fucking amazing.
Yeah,
like that is something that the human species cannot pass up.
That's
so
fine.
I just like
the CEO of oh gosh, what was his name? OpenAI, Sam Altman. He's like the co-founder, I think.
Right.
So I think he knows where this is going. What did he want? What was it? Universal basic income. You guys probably know more.
Yeah,
about
no.
Adam loves
I'm in favor. I'm in favor of UBI.
Yeah. Okay. So
we just flipped this 2v1. Now it's 2v1 on Shad.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the creator of a prominent figure on this side of the discussion seems to know the future of this technology because he's pursuing this very thing. So why is he pursuing universal basic income?
Because he knows that automation is going to reach a point where human labor is superfluous.
Thank you. Right. So human activity in their world is at risk of being significantly
and not
reduced.
Human activity, just shit jobs that nobody wants to do. Look, there are so many jobs that people will do for free because they love doing them.
Okay, that's fine.
Look, you would I hesitate a
But again,
guess that you
go
would
on.
still be an artist even if you didn't make a dime doing it. You seem like that type to me, Sam.
I think, yeah, sure, I would, but
Yes, so would I. Look, Shad
so
looks like that
Same.
type to me too.
Absolutely.
this is going to get very philosophical here. What, in your opinion, Adam, are the benefits of universal basic income?
People will be paid for work that they're doing for free right now, like raising kids and being artists.
So what again, you've got a large population of human beings here. What are they doing with their lives generally? They're not going to work.
Well, a lot of people take care of others. A lot of people take care of their elderly parents. A lot of people take care of their kids. A lot of people take care of family members. Like a lot of that stuff, it's just basically unpaid labor, right? But that's socially relevant.
Yeah, sure. Look, again, I'm here to hear the arguments. Shad, what do you think of universal basic income?
It's not something I'm particularly invested to argue about. I'm generally against
No.
it.
Well, I think it's relevant to the umbrella of artificial
can you-
intelligence.
Shad is in favor of UBI as long if we get to the point where automation is paying for everything. Like everybody is, obviously.
Not even I don't even know if I agree with that, but it's not something I care to think about too much. But again, why do you see a connection to it to justify the discussion, Sam?
Well, I think because we're talking about the end point of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence and all these advanced technologies will lead to humans being more redundant than what we are now when it comes to the operation of the planet.
But you assume
I would argue that humans having a large role in the operation of our planet is a very healthy thing to do, even if they don't necessarily enjoy it. I think it's important for their development. Yeah.
See, again, that's a broader discussion where I haven't decided completely where I stand on the whole thing of like robots doing everything for us and stuff. And I don't necessarily think that would be a good thing, although I can see both sides of the argument going forward, because the thing is, humans like challenging themselves. It's the whole reason, again, I mentioned, why do we play video games on hard mode, okay? And so even if automation enables us to stop needing to do tedious tasks and everything like that, we still want satisfaction, fulfillment, achievements. There's still going to be competition against other people. There's still going to be artistic pursuits and things like that. And perhaps automation will enable people to do what they love more often and challenge themselves in ways that they find more satisfying than having to go out and clean streets and dig ditches.
Well, don't you think that people with the limited time that they have, that's something, time management is an important something that people should have to deal with? It's an issue that, what do I choose to do with my free time?
You don't think time management will exist in that future either?
No, I think it will exist to a lesser degree if they have way more time on their hands. Sure,
absolutely.
My question always comes down to what are most people actually participating in with regards to, their world.
Well, maybe here's the question for Shad, because I mean, I know that you're afraid of AI in terms of relationships and things of that nature, but is there any point, or is there any like point in which AI replaces a job that you think, okay, this has gone too far?
I don't know. I would need examples posed to me, and I have to take it on a case-by-case basis.
Why do you think AI poses a threat to relationships?
Stripper.
Because I think humans need to have babies to continue the species.
Okay. No,
but if that's automated,
you meant, So I thought you meant like not literal man woman relationship, but like human interactions in general.
So what do you mean? What? Sorry.
So that's like just people communicating to each other, in general.
Well, face to face, people always humanize someone that they're speaking to in person, and they treat with better courtesy, benefit of the doubt and stuff, just because we have that natural instinct. And when you take away that face and it becomes a faceless, text online, we suddenly lose that empathy that we naturally resort to more easily when we're in person.
What if it's like VR where you see a face or if even if it's
Oh.
photorealistic. So you
Well,
see
that's what I was going to
Yeah,
bring up. The
all right. So what are we arguing now? Because we're getting very off topic from AI.
Well, again, just to specify at the beginning, I did say that I'm interested in a broad discussion of AI in general. So I'm not springing this on you. You know,
because
I
there's a lot of concerns that are like anti-AI art people have and everything like that. Well, they're not getting addressed because we're not going into kind of.
Well,
further
Shad, let's
discussion.
address those.
Yeah.
You have donated your time here, so you said there was 3. There's obviously, you already brought up the theft argument, which you think is specious. What other arguments are there?
Well, we kind of did address one, and I'm really glad we had that discussion on if it's actually art or not. We have talked tangentially a little bits about the effort and intent and skill needed to actually make it. We've talked a little bit about is it a threat to jobs and things like that. And so we actually have covered some good topics in regards to it. But again, there's that crutch going back that it's immoral and it's theft and all that stuff. And like I said, yeah, I've looked into that one, and I think people not only misunderstand it a lot, but they use it as almost a scapegoat to validate other concerns, fears that they have about it, replacing them and things.
Well, it's a way to morally condemn you.
Yes, yes.
So,
I mean,
don't-
now, holy crap! People have just been calling me an absolute piece of crap, and like the amount of hate that I've been copping because so I think AI art is great is unhinged. It's next level. The amount of crap storm it's kicked up, and because they claim it's invalidating artists, stealing jobs, it's theft and everything like that, that justifies them in dumping on me and doing the whole hate mob stuff.
Can I ask you a question, Shad?
Mm-hmm.
Specific to let's look at like books, right? When you're writing a book, because you're a writer, would you use AI to write a book, your next book?
I don't know. I find such satisfaction out of writing myself.
Yeah.
I probably don't want to rob myself of that satisfaction. I wouldn't
Why?
begrudge anyone using AI to make a great story. If the result is a great story and we have more great literature in the world, friggin' awesome.
But so when it comes to the AI writing a story, the mechanical what the AI is doing is, are you not concerned about recycled plots, prose arcs, systems, and world building, just like all melding together and not really
That's
really
what we've been doing for thousands of years.
I know, but again,
I mean,
I
the hero's journey
that,
just gets recycled.
I know, but I don't like that. Like, again, I fucking despise the hero's journey.
I love it. I can
it's
take the same story that's repackaged with a new interesting character, everything like that. Like superheroes, I freaking love superheroes. Give me good superhero content. I'll consume that to the day I die.
I think again, if when it comes to using AI technology to generate waves and waves of art and waves of literature and what have you, well, the AI obviously is designed to pull from what is pre-existing, and how would it not therefore be a bit difficult to break into new territories?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the best will rise to the surface. Writing is an interesting one because people can try and get AI to write like an interesting story, but if they're not a talented writer themselves, they're not going to be able to pick out the pacing is really bad here. This is using wrong beat here. The grammar's wrong in that section, and the overall plot is going in the wrong direction. And there's so much technical knowledge needed to be able to write like a competent story that. Unless you already have those skills and abilities, you're not going to be able to correct what the AI spits out. And so I'm not afraid of AI literature at all, because I know it's going to take actual literary ability and talent to still make great stories. Even
and
what is
okay? So walk me through the process. Educate me. You're a writer and you want to write a book and you're going to use AI. What is the process?
I don't know. I haven't even tried it yet.
You haven't tried? Okay, right. Well, does anyone here know what the process is?
Well, I guess the question I want to ask related to the AI literature would be, like, because what I would foresee possibly happening would be that a handful of, it's going to be kind of like a similar, like with AI art. You have someone who needs to know how to write, but they also need a different skill set in how to prompt the AI to write what would be good.
And
or to- or
what
to
is
use-
that?
Well, hold on. Let me just ask the question.
Sorry, yeah. Go on.
Or how to model or what to model the AI to do. But what I think could definitely come out of that is that you could have a situation where, like, you know, let's just use Stephen King, for example, a highly prolific writer. Like, what if his ability to create literature that kind of was in the same vein of quality of his existing stuff increased 100 times that? And you could say that for all the big, writers, all their, the amount of books they can create increases hundreds of times. And it's like the same quality, people like it, blah, 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 blah. Wouldn't that reduce like the ability for new artists to enter into the market because it's so oversaturated?
It's oversaturation. Well, this was what I was talking about before.
No, it's already oversaturated. The issue about
exactly.
The issue about breaking the market is marketing, not the quantity that's already out there. If you know how to market, if you know how to market your book or any art piece, and it is of good quality, all right, you will sell it
every time,
regardless how oversaturated it is. If you know how to market it, like I literally, one of the reasons I started my YouTube channel was to be able to market the novel I was working on. One of the reasons, not the only, because you need to approach it intentionally, and so. Yeah, I oversaturation is already something that people deal with at the moment. And
is that a problem, do you think?
I don't know. Is oversaturation a problem?
You're keen to make it worse. I'm curious if you think it's a problem.
No. Who said I'm keen to make it worse? I'm just saying.
Well, you will make.
There's ways to be able to manage the oversaturation in the future because it's the same methods that you have to use to manage it now.
I agree that marketing is obviously, I think, something that has an effect, but I assume, acknowledge that it would definitely make it harder.
Is the market really oversaturated, though? I mean, I've read a lot of really crappy screenplays that everyone thinks is like Stephen King quality. The idea that there's market is oversaturated. Oversaturated with crap is not oversaturated. Oversaturated with good stuff.
Yes,
with Stephen King level quality scripts that's a scenario you're posing that has never existed.
Right, but
that's true.
If you lower the bar of entry even more so that you can have the AI doing the writing or the art, isn't that going to increase the amount of sludge you have to get through to get to the good stuff?
No, because reviews and people will report this is great, you should try it out and read and everything, and the best will rise to the surface.
Well, let's establish a ratio. Can we establish a ratio? What would you say? Would you say there's going to be more great AI artwork and fiction or more shit AI artwork and fiction? You have to do a ratio of that.
Oh, there'll be more crap than good, and I think the good will rise to the surface.
So the point if there's 90% crap and 10% good, and you times it by 10, you've just created 10 times the amount of good stuff.
Yeah,
even though you've created 10 times the amount of crap.
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't think the ratio would hold true. I think
AI can actually search the crap to find the good stuff.
You'd have to have AI
for myself, more great art in the world is not a bad thing.
Yes, me too. That's I'm like, why? This is like a best case scenario that there's more good movies, more good art. I don't see how that's a problem, even if it is automated.
It is a very idealistic scenario, and it's not a scenario that's impossible. By the way, it's just I think it's unlikely.
But that people will be able to make more great art with the help of AI.
I think what it will probably result in is just too much. That's just the velocity of stuff will be insane. I think you should. I take. I'm a writer first before anything else. I take the process extremely seriously, and I think that fretting over every word, every little embellishment, the order of something, is what makes a great writer. And I'm trying to understand when it comes to asking, going to an AI and saying, sure, you can give it the story, you can pitch it your story, and it might be a great story, but it's writing it for you. Like the prose, are they yours? I mean, I'm just not sure how it works. I don't know enough about it. How does it work, do you think?
I haven't tried it. I would assume again, you would struggle with specificity And the
Yeah.
more direction you would want the story to go that the AI is doing, the more direct input you would need. Like I would almost perceive, I haven't tried it, so I this could be wrong, but I always perceive that if you wanted it to do a specific story, you would need to feed it an outline saying, all right, I want a story in the style of this with this outline. And maybe even just write, or I want these events to happen in the first chapter. Write it, give it, and then you'd probably be saddled with a whole hell of a lot of correction and editing to actually make it passable, to the point where you've basically written the whole thing yourself, because there's like, again, unless you are talented, well, it could make the process a lot faster. Okay.
Well, not if you have to go back and fix all the stuff that's fucked up. It could make
you have to do that with your own writing anyway.
Yeah, I know. But so
first drafts, man, like holy crap.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me, but like again, so it's
So if it actually enables you to
writer,
get that first draft out a lot faster, I could see people finding great value in it. But the
and you would never publish a first draft either, obviously.
Exactly.
If you would entertain a hypothetical scenario, if AI technology got good enough, and somebody wanted to specify their first chapter, and the AI wrote that chapter perfectly, like no problems, and they read it and they go, "That's fucking perfect." Yes. Would you put them on the same level as you as a writer? Would you stand shoulder to shoulder with them?
No, I wouldn't put them on the same level. I've never said AI art or anything else is equivalent to people doing it by hand. Never. I've said the opposite. I said hand.
Would you call them a writer?
Perhaps it depends.
One what?
But now finishing off my point, right? Traditional hand-drawn art is always gonna become a premium, like it's gonna be a special thing. This was handmade, right? And so that can actually increase value in traditional art. Now, as to calling them a writer, that one depends. It depends on how much they're doing it. But I would credit them. I would absolutely credit them with being the cause of that written works creation. They are an essential, because people try and say because like it's a robot doing it. I don't think they're drawing equivalent parallels to other things where we use automated processes to achieve the results that we want. For instance, have you ever seen that type of art where they hang a pen from a rope and then they swing the pen around and it draws like these interesting shapes and stuff?
Yeah, it's intense. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're not doing the work, but they set up and guided it to then trigger an automated process to get the results that they want. And we all credit that person as the creator and artist because they're the one who has initiated the automatic process. Mm-hmm. It's the same with AI.
So you, with the writing thing, it depends on how much input they had, yes?
Yeah. Like for instance, I don't think like same with photography, right? I don't consider everyone who takes a picture of their family on holiday like an artist or doing high-level photography, right? But I absolutely believe photography is an art form. It depends on how good the finished quality is and how much input you apply to it. And just like with so because AI art is visual and it's a visual medium, everything, it's an artwork. I think just baseline, just being honest about reality is that it is an artwork. Is the person an artist? It depends how much effort, intent, and expression they're finding with it. And I think it's a scale.
So if we take that to art now and we say it depends on their input, and I throw the same thing. So, a person similar to the writer specifies what they want and it gives it to them perfectly, exactly what they want. Would you have the same reservations?
Reservations about what? As in
whether they're an artist or not?
Probably. I said recently, not all AI art is equivalent. There is a lot of low effort sludge out there, right? But then at the other scale, there is beautiful, incredible pieces that took hours and hours of work and effort, and it has deep artistic feeling from the creator that put into it, that you can sense their soul in it because they devoted such effort and time to it. Okay. And so just like photography, it's a scale. But people are trying to dismiss all AI art as completely low effort sludge that has no artistic value at all. And I'm like, hang on, that's not true.
Would you say so all AI artists are not necessarily artists? It depends on the quality of how much effort or input they had.
Well, I think that's an oxymoron. By calling them an AI artist, you're already saying that they're an artist.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean, of course. Yeah.
So all people
all
who use
AI
AI
illustrators.
Yeah.
Because all people who use AI art generators aren't necessarily artists. Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Of course. That's just blatant reality.
Okay. Why? So the people who use AI art that aren't artists, why aren't they artists? What would describe that scenario that would deem them
again,
not
hang
an artist?
on. That goes into what's your definition of art and what defines an artist.
Well, because
normally with art,
I'm trying to get my definitions right, because I can't properly respond unless I know what the definitions are, and I don't want to run the risk of
to me
assuming anything.
I have a pretty broad or even liberal view of what an artist is. As soon as you're putting like intent and expression into that prompt, I'm willing to call them an artist. Like,
so even if they typed in,
if they're if they're not caring and they're just doing whatever random prompt they want and just clicking generate whatever they get the results out of, there's not a lot of investment in that, and they're not trying to express themselves, are they?
Okay, so if we have, and again, the only reason I'm using hypotheticals is because, well, they're not necessarily hypotheticals because people are presently doing it. I suppose what I'm asking you is like, what would somebody using AI technology have to do? Like, what is the bar that they have to pass? Now, you've said effort and intent.
Yeah, expression as well.
Expression, effort, and intent. Okay, expression, effort, and intent. Now let's look at this. So, when AI develops and the amount of fixing that you have to do and the amount of touching up that you have to do and the amount of, things you have to specify goes down, are they not coming closer and closer to that bar of not artist?
No, because the expression and intent can be just as valid.
Right. So
I mean,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's
all right. For instance, pretend it gets to that Star Trek level where you can just ask it and it can make whatever, right? And someone comes in and they've lost their wife, and they say, "AI, I want you to depict my wife. I want her in this pose with this specific expression, maybe reflecting this time in our life or something like that." And I'm going to make this with you. I use you as the tool to make this, right? And even if it depicts like this incredible image that they haven't put in a lot of effort to make, that's still a deep, deep emotional expression from themselves that they're using AI to achieve. Okay, and I would absolutely call that a very valid type of art.
And do you acknowledge the? Again, it's the thing with me is it comes down to the subversion of strain. They're not straining for that, are they? They're not putting pressure on their mind for that, are they? Necessarily, they're coming up with the idea. No, so that.
It doesn't invalidate it though. I've seen people.
I'm not saying it invalidates.
Throw paint onto a canvas and call it.
I'm not invalidating it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not invalidating it as a form of art. It might be very beautiful, and as a gesture, it's fine. Again,
can you acknowledge that generally, artists rarely ever consider effort or even difficulty in the creation of the art piece to validate it being art or not? Like you've seen modern art.
No, you can put a lot of effort into something and it's just shite,
Yeah, and no effort, and people call it remarkable art,
That's fine. Again, that's okay. I'm not too precious about the definition, of is AI art or not. It's with me again. It always comes down to subverting the pressure and strain that creates a mature mind. That's what I'm concerned about. And thinking of an idea isn't necessarily, they're not the conditions.
Thinking of a good idea absolutely can, but also I think it's based on complete assumption where you think that just because AI art is going to become easier, people are going to opt to not put in effort, and I think that's completely false. People like challenging themselves.
Sure. However,
can you acknowledge that? Because I think that undermines your concern there.
Say it again.
Like your assumption that AI art is going to get easier just means that people are not going to challenge themselves and to get the benefits out of going through difficult things, difficult creative processes is a complete assumption. I actually think people like challenging themselves and they're going to go out of their way. And the idea one is interesting because anyone can have an idea, but coming up with a good idea, like, holy crap, I spend hours in my mind trying to figure out good story ideas all the bloody time. Like, I challenge myself in the creative process just with the initial conception. That's definitely going to still be the case. Just because I will then be able to depict it easier is not going to rob me of that by any means. In actual fact, the best ideas are still going to rise to the surface, which is why I spend so much time trying to come up with great ideas.
I think we have both. You have an optimistic view of where this is going to go, and I just have mine just isn't as optimistic. And the trouble is, neither of us can necessarily prove it. We just have to wait and see.
Well, I'm trying to point to parallels and examples that already exist.
So am I. Again, there are parallels, like, again, with social media, where generally people have not used that responsibly.
Well, we can jump on that because Adam did raise a good point that there's great benefits that come out of social media, and because some platforms are worse than others, YouTube is friggin' amazing. I think YouTube gives so much benefit, effort, and encourages discussion and expression and communication and sharing of knowledge and stuff like that. And so just to lump all social media as a net negative on society, I think that's just you're looking at Twitter and applying it too broadly.
It's more so to do with our abilities to actually interact with each other in person that's being affected. Like, we are more comfortable than ever reducing people down to fucking icons on a screen.
Yeah, but conversations like this do the opposite of that.
They do, to an extent. They don't entirely negate the negatives, though, because most people don't have conversations like this. They don't.
We can encourage it by example.
We can. We
are encouraging it by example, which is great.
We are the severe minority. Like, we're here.
We can change that. I believe. I know, but
there will always be people who, just despite what we're doing here, who will always endeavor to hide behind the mask of anonymity and be cruel. And act on their absolute worst impulses, and that's unfortunately most people online. They don't temper themselves because they don't need to.
Actually, I don't think that's I think that's the vocal minority, the outrage mob. Okay, that's not most people online. It's just what you hear most because they're always crying.
Well, again, these are the people that. This is why I say it's a net negative. These, unfortunately, these outrage mobs. These are the ones that get laws changed, and these are the ones that fucking get things riled up and actually. I think we're
learning from that, though, because we've seen how Hollywood has bowed to the woke mob, right, and have screwed themselves over so royally that they're actually starting to wake up and realize, maybe that wasn't the majority of what people wanted and stuff. And so to think that we're not going to learn.
Why do they keep doing it then? Is my question.
Well, people don't like admitting that they're wrong. And so either they need to change their thing and fix it, or they're going to crash and burn, which is what we're seeing. Okay. And the people that actually understand how to handle social discourse and everything like that. And
whenever I see an online discussion, in the YouTube comments or on Twitter, you can see it before your very eyes. It devolves into the most obscure fucking forms of communication. It's just because they don't. There's no physical person in front of them where it's like you've got to show them some respect, because otherwise, you've got these. When you're talking to someone on the street, it's like, well, I don't want to fight here. I don't want to fucking get. There are certain restraints, but with online, you go mental, and we act on and I think most people do have these. I think every single human being alive has these impulses. You're not human if you don't. It's just being anonymous online makes it much easier to act on them.
Sam, you do a lot of 3D modeling. Do you do all of that by hand?
No.
Okay.
But I'll tell you something. When I've worked with clay before, in fact, I started out in stop motion. There are problems in 3D a lot of problems that do not exist in the practical sense. If I want to make clay look like skin, it's a matter of mixing, you got to mix the right paints and you got to do this other stuff, But in CGI, I've got to understand the surface of skin, subsurface scattering, it's called. You've got to use node trees. You've got to fucking, you've still got to paint the model.
Oh, I know it's an immense amount
in
of work.
order to get the peach fuzz on their skin, which clay you can't do with clay, you've got to use particle simulations. These problems did not exist before the advent of digital art. My argument against AI art is I'm not sure what new problems it's creating for people to solve beyond thinking of an idea.
Well, hang on. Again, that's you
tools...
jumping to in like 10 years' time.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
But currently, people are using that to validate where it is now, and that's not genuine, because now there are heaps of issues that require, like, there's a whole new host of problems, and those are going to exist for like a good 5 years at least, if not another 10. That's going to require people with talent to be able to overcome those problems, to get the jobs that people want, and to implement
when
AI
they're solved
properly.
And what about when they're solved?
To me, that's irrelevant to the people who are trying to survive in the current environment right now. Okay, you can't just dismiss this reality that it requires talent and skill now to get the best results out of AI.
No one's denying the reality now. It's just
but they seem to be trying to dismiss and not acknowledge that truth by the fact that they assume that it's all going to be fixed, which is an assumption. It might not. Like, these problems could persist for ages, right? And even if they get fixed, it doesn't mean people who learn how to solve those problems now are not going to benefit greatly in the current environment. They will, because they'll be able to make the best AI art, get the jobs, give people the quality that they want. This is it's one of the more important parts to actually acknowledge in this discussion.
Again, I keep hearing this thing of like, well, digital art has convenient tools as well. It has the mirror tool and it has all these things. And that's true. It does make certain things, certain tasks more convenient, but it also invented whole new skill trees for people to invest in whenever they level up.
That's what's happening now with AI.
I know, but the thing is, I don't think that's the case with AI art, because when these and again, I know you're really focused on today, and I appreciate that. And by the way, I understand why you're focused on today, because so many people are misreading the reality of today. So
they're losing their jobs.
They're hurting
now.
themselves.
Like if people are losing their jobs now, you need to focus on the current environment and what's causing it and what you can do right now to try and circumvent and benefit and survive in the current environment, which is why you need to address the now. And to do that, you need to actually see, okay, there's great benefit from AI art that artists can get far better results and achieve far more with AI art than anyone else. They're in the best position out of anyone in the world to benefit from AI art. That's such a massive opportunity, and their hatred and shunning of it is shooting themselves in the foot.
Well, the reason again, it's the reason they don't want to invest in this technology. It's like let's have a think of something. It's like a team of mechanics refusing to fix or aid the development of a machine that's designed to replace mechanics. Now, I know you're saying that it won't replace artists, because everyone will be an artist. Everyone will have the ability to project their thoughts into, the world. That's fine.
But in extension of
however,
the best artists will make the best art. So it won't just enable people with less artistic ability to make art, it'll empower the most talented among us to still succeed.
With the advent of digital technology, these new avenues were created, and they stayed, like with particle simulation and all these other things. They've been around for decades now.
Well, hang on. How long? Because they are getting replaced. AI art is replacing them.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I know. Yeah. This is the distinction. Like
10 years? Is it about 10 years, or maybe 20 at most?
I think 20. I think that's when this stuff really started to kick off. But it led to a broadening of the skills that you can do that previously didn't exist. Like with traditional art or with stop motion. For particle simulation, just didn't exist. You didn't really have to think about the physics beyond what you were actually animating on the canvas or on the model. You had to use your eye.
And just in addition to this, digital art and as well as game development has been getting progressively easier and easier with the advancement of better tools.
Yeah, sure. The distinction with AI is that instead of bringing new tools to the table, it's taking them all off the table in favor of a one-stop shop.
Oh no, it's not a one-stop shop.
I think
Look
it will
at the
be.
now.
Not now.
No,
Yeah, stop looking at the now. Look in the 5 years.
This is what we have to focus on, because we're focused on people losing their jobs now, being afraid right now. So you have to address the now and the current limitations.
I understand addressing that right now. Look, you're preaching to the converted right now. Of course, artists can survive in this climate. Of course, artists can use AI art to make the best AI, fucking related stuff. Of course, they can compete. And I'm not disputing that they can do that now. But the reason I'm on their side of the argument is because they're concerned, and they're concerned that in 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever the fuck, that will not always be the case.
That's life. Survive
okay,
now.
well, there you go.
Can.
So you don't have an answer.
There's no look. YouTube
well,
could
there
go
we go,
away tomorrow.
No,
like YouTube could go away tomorrow, and my current career entirely screwed. I'm not entitled to demand a platform cater or exist for me to be able to run my business on. All I can do is use the current opportunities that are available to me to succeed and survive. That's the responsibility on every individual. And so currently there is great opportunity that artists could benefit the most from and survive for a good 5 to 10 years into the future. And it could last even longer. It could be shorter. You can't predict the future, right? But it's the same with so many other professions. It's just that's what happens with technology. And who knows, maybe something will replace AI art, and all the talent abilities that I'm developing in this is going to become superfluous. But it doesn't mean I can't benefit now by learning how to do it now.
If you don't think about the future, you can't course correct. You can't anticipate problems. You can't do anything because you're always thinking.
Yeah, but you're going too far. What about instead of going in 10 years, the next 2 years? How are you going to survive in the next 2 years?
Well,
work
again,
with the current tools that are available.
Yes, and then when those 2 years are up, for me and every people's children, what then? What happens when those 2 years are up? You adapt to what? A model
to whatever is the new environment. That's what you have to do.
To these devices that never eat, never sleep, never ask questions, or that produce at an unfettered amount. It's like
we're getting
compete with what?
That's different AI stuff.
No, even with art, you'll compete with what?
All my other arguments still applies. People with artistic intent and vision will still be able to make the best stuff, even when AI becomes easier.
So my concern is that the only thing left for us to do is imagine.
Hang on, that's such a massive component of the creative process. People with more imagination and better ideas.
Sure, but you cannot dismiss the mechanics of bringing imagination to life. That's what we call artists. That's the process for it. That's the name for it. And I think
I want to ask both of you, Shad, what percentage would you place on the idea for a project or anything that you want to produce versus the execution of that? Can you lay out like rough percentages? Because I toss this question around myself.
Yeah,
so.
This is a really interesting question, and it's been asked separate to AI stuff, because writing at the moment is currently so difficult, right, that its execution is more important than the ideas, and ideas get regurgitated a lot in literature all the time. And so if you can execute that idea really well, you're gonna have a much better result. But I think what people miss is that having the right ideas to know how to execute it well is also a component of it. It's not just the initial conception, it's every single step that you need to review in getting a finished quality product. And so I kind of lean on both camps, honestly. I've heard people argue that ideas mean nothing, it's all about execution, and the complete reverse, that it's the idea that is so important, and if you execute it even moderately well. I actually think it's both. I think it's a balance.
Is it like a 50-50?
I don't know the percentage. It'll be and it's hard to
say.
I mean,
I agree. There are certain things that the idea could be kind of mid and the execution is just amazing.
Yeah.
And there are certain things that the idea is just so amazing that even terrible execution of it makes it great. So, I mean, obviously that's a possibility. I mean, I lean towards like 50% of it is the idea, which is where I come out with the AI thing. Because if you're coming to an AI art project, I mean, what you want to execute is at least 50% of what you're doing, even if the AI can execute it flawlessly.
I can give an
May I-
example with my recent art piece I posted on Twitter. Like what I had in my head, okay, like
Mhm.
80% of what I first envisioned is in that final result. Okay.
Right.
But getting the AI to accurately depict what I had in my head and envisioned so clearly was damn difficult. That's the challenge.
Challenge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Sam, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so I agree with Shad on this. I think it really depends, and I wouldn't put it down to a percentage. It would be close to 50-50. If you have a great idea and you execute it like shite, then you can definitely taint the quality of that idea in the execution. You can fuck it up, and you could have a completely shit idea and pull that off magnificently, and so when you say that you think the execution process is 50% of it, isn't that significant? Like, isn't that the part that AI is threatening?
Well, it is, but if you look at it,
and yet you think it's important.
no, look, if we develop an AI that can execute flawlessly, then then everyone is just competing on the idea, because no longer are we competing on execution. Anyone can do execution.
And that's the
perfectly.
right. Okay,
But hang on.
I still think the competition. But I still think the competition on the idea is interesting and worthwhile.
I am
not.
I'm
Sam,
not disputing that.
And in addition to this, right, there are many mediums in which the work needed to execute the idea becomes easy and easy, and sometimes it's almost effortless. There are tools already in 3D modeling and stuff like that that can do so much of the work for you. Then there are certain art mediums in which they have an idea and the execution is just throwing paint on a canvas or something like that, right? Where the execution requires very little effort, and it's basically the value and appreciation of it is sailing on the core concepts of what's being conveyed. Like just simple depictions that don't take effort or even much artistic talent, right? But causes people introspection and thought, and they can then derive great appreciation. So these examples already exists in contrast already there. And so to try and say that AI art is something new that's going to, rob people of, like, we can draw parallels from what we already see. And
could I give you a personal example, if you'll accept it?
Yeah.
From my experience as a digital artist, I've encountered a lot of problems doing 3D CGI. I've done it for about 12 years. One of these problems was a character that was sort of based on a gorgon, which is the lower half is a snake, upper half is a woman. And the problem was the rig for the upper half of the body had to be a certain way so I could animate her with the right amount of weight, and the lower half had to behave like a snake. And I scoured the internet for Blender tutorials on ways to solve this problem, how I could get the lower half to move exactly how I imagined it. And I couldn't find anything. And I spent about a week on this problem. And I researched snakes. I watched fucking documentaries. I watched Clash of the Titans, see how Ray Harryhausen did it with Medusa. And this process of finding a problem, solving it, doing the research. I remember downloading a fucking snake skeleton for like an image and just trying to fucking rig it in the same way. This was self-development. This was my brain engaging with information and bettering itself. Now, this is what it comes down to. If I had a button, maybe I think I would have pressed it. If I had a button that would have just gone and fucking done the rig for me, I would have had the rig. The idea would have been mine. The character would have been mine. The imagination all mine. I'm not diminishing the effort that goes into the creation aspect. That is still a huge portion of it, which means obviously AI art, even in the future, can be brilliant and exciting I'm not denying that. However, I'm just so very fond of that process that I've been through so many times, which I know you've been through. And I just think that's so valuable to us as a species. I'm just worried that we'll get too comfortable. Maybe we won't. I'm just worried that maybe we will get too comfortable with doing away with it.
You know, I think people are going to enjoy those processes, even if they're either easier methods, or they'll find new challenges that they're going to get real great satisfaction in overcoming. People like being challenged. And so I can understand and actually sympathize with your worry here. I don't think it's going to play out because human nature does just naturally gravitate towards wanting to better ourselves, wanting to challenge ourselves. And we're going to, I think people already underestimating the amount of effort and intent that is required in current AI art generation technology to get the best results. And that's like that image that I just posted on Twitter recently. Holy hell, did I have fun making that. Like I was up until 4 a.m. just working on it because it was so damn fun in getting this result, which is so difficult to achieve. I felt challenged. I felt satisfaction. I felt artistic fulfillment and expression in making it through this new tool with its new limitations.
Yes.
And I think we're going to find even new things like that, even as the technology improves.
I would be interested to know what those new problems are.
They're hard to predict. I couldn't predict the current limitations.
I'm concerned that the limitations are going to get lesser and lesser, and the problems are going to get lesser and lesser, and we're just going to end up with a situation where it's like, hey Siri, generate fucking this, and it my phone just activated. Shit, so my phone just turned on. Yeah, I'm worried that it's going to get to a situation where we're sat.
The AI,
Sam, just from my perspective, like I don't understand why you would worry about that, because still people will be competing on the idea. Like that's never ever going to go away. If it gets easier and easier and easier, you're lowering the barriers of entry for more people to get involved and challenge them.
I love that. Maybe I'm old fashioned. Maybe I am, but I am of the opinion. I'm definitely an old man in a fucking 26-year-old's body. I am of the opinion that if you have an idea for a story or something or anything of the like, you can always get a piece of paper and write it down, or draw, or start at the bottom rung of the ladder and begin this wonderful journey of developing yourself. And that journey is what I'm arguing for. I'm not arguing for, like, people's creativity will eventually die. That's impossible. That's never going to happen. But that journey is so important to the human experience that hey, you don't start on the bottom rung of the ladder. Here's a fast pass to the top. Is that valuable to us?
I don't know that it's a fast pass to the top though, because everybody has those tools at their disposal. That's the thing. Everyone is competing with those same tools.
And also, it's an assumption that people aren't going to want to continue drawing. Like my kids love drawing. I put a pencil in their hands and they're probably going to do it to their kids in the future, even with the development of AI. People are going to still make art in the same methods that you are just describing right now, because it is satisfying and enjoyable. Like people still paint, even though we have the camera. People still walk, even though we have cars.
Will they still be able to have careers in industry work at a large scale?
Hand-drawn stuff will become a premium, just like with artisan blacksmithing. Okay,
if it's good, like not all.
Yes, not all, but if it's good, absolutely. And hand-drawn traditional ways will actually become a premium now.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we've been going for almost 2 hours, guys. Just we can keep going as long as you guys want. I just want to let you know. Yeah.
Let me tell you what. I've been making some notes here. Let's see here. I think, again, I don't want to come off as a Luddite, because obviously I'm a huge advocate for technology. I would never ever suppress it. I think force is the anti-mind. It's what you turn to when your brain stops. I agree. I think And again, this is why I wanted to have this conversation.
So
Not to- not to
just in extension of that, you would be against future legislation and laws to try and restrict AI development and people using it?
I think every piece of technology does get it gets regulated eventually. I don't think you should force anyone. If something is like, for example, AI is now free to use for everyone, like right now.
Can we just, on that note, can we actually point out how absolutely insanely incredible that is? Like, this is, without any like doubt, the most advanced artistic tool humanity has ever made, and the fact that it is freely available to everyone is insane. Like unbelievably, like I can't believe how incredible that reality is, that anyone can just download Stable Diffusion, install it. And I know there are other art ones that you have to sign up and pay. No, but there are free versions that are really powerful and effective, right? And anyone could, like, that blows my friggin' mind. Like, think about how much Photoshop costs. It costs so damn much. But this is available to everyone. I can't believe that. That is incredible. And then the collective community around it in its development and sharing its development advancements is so encouraging for human collective purpose in trying. Do you think? I find it amazing.
Very just not to interrupt. I'm sorry. I feel like I've done a lot of that. But
I've done it too. See, I just did it right there. Okay. It's perfectly fine.
Okay, so I'm also, to be honest, I am concerned that fucking mega corporations or powerful bodies will pursue the regulation of this technology. One of the big concerns I have is that you're developing a power to create anything, and then you're going to be forced to hand the keys to the kingdom over to the man.
The thing is that even if regulations came in, it's open source. They've tried to fight piracy forever and they've never been able to stop it because this is open source. The genie's out of the bottle. Even if regulations happens, it's not going to stop people using it. And I don't think they will. Disney would friggin' love it if they could regulate that only large corporations could do it, because then they would be able to. That's like, if there is any type of future apocalypse, that the whole artist type of community in the future, that would be one of them, where suddenly all the individuals, which are vastly more people who could use and benefit AI art to compete with large corporations, and it will. Like, this is such an empowering thing for independent creators, right? If that gets legislated out and only allows large places like Disney and Hollywood to use, that's a nightmare, okay? Because then, Disney will train models on all the IP that they own, the intellectual properties, and they'll be able to use AI art generation in-house, and then stonewall everyone else using it, okay? You don't want that to happen. In actual fact, current laws satisfy it perfectly fine. Like, people have tried to claim that AI art is theft, and I'm sorry, not the AI training process does not steal art. Okay, the art doesn't even exist in the resulting models. Current fair use laws, and I've done deep dive videos on my channel looking at this, actually answer it quite clearly. And people misunderstand fair use, because fair use has provisions and they think you have to cover every single provision. That's not the case. As long as you cover enough of them to a satisfying level, fair use defense not only can be defended but upheld. We saw it with South Park when they were taken to court for copyright use of it was the online song In the Butt or something like that. They basically copied the entire, it's the same lyrics. They didn't change the lyrics, okay? They even have butters depicting the same kind of layout, position, clothing, and background as the original thing, right? It was almost one-to-one rip, okay? That they were taken to court for copyright infringement, and they won because they satisfied one of the conditions so well, which was parody, all right? And under the parody provision with fair use, they won. And so to say that, like, because you can absolutely make something that uses someone else's copyrighted material that does harm the market and value of that, copyright owner thing, right? As long as you satisfy the fair use things. When you review something like a film and you trash it, you are potentially in a big way affecting them, people wanting to go watch that film. But because it's transformative and its review, okay, completely gets upheld. And so the two big things where the current training of AI image generating models that absolutely satisfy a fair use defense in such a significant way is the amount or portion and substantiality of the thing that was used in the resulting product. So the resulting product is the model, okay? And so, for instance, if I review a film, I'm using the entire film. I watch the entire film, and so I'm using 100% of that copyrighted work. But because the resulting product, which is my review, only has small clips, only small sections of that copyrighted work, fair use can be appealed to in defense drastically. And so even though large bodies of artwork has been used to train these models, because none of it actually exists in the resulting model, that alone is a massive fair use provision to appeal to. And then there's the transformative nature of the work, okay? Like, it's so transformative, it's unrecognizable from the input images, these resulting.
I'm not.
But,
I don't dispute.
People don't understand this, and they claim that it's theft, and this is one of their big crutches about it.
The reason I think the reason artists are reluctant to accept the fact that their art is being used for AI, regardless of its legality, is because they don't like what AI represents. It's like they don't want it marching in that army. It's like, you know, I can sympathize, and you know, to a degree, I'm of the same mind. But you at the same time, you can't stop it. It's going to do.
Just on that note, right? Adobe has just recently released their own AI system and model that's trained off of completely open source and artwork that they have the license for. Okay, and so like, even though the claims of theft I actually disagree with, I've looked into it, okay? If you obtain that art legally and posting something online for the public to see is distributing it worldwide, all right? And so if it's like, I've already denounced using private data in the training models, that's wrong, that's clearly illegal, okay? Yeah. But if it's publicly available, you have distributed it to the whole world. And if you obtain any copyrighted material legally, you are then entitled to do anything with it that's within the bounds of the law, especially in fair use capacities. And training an AI image generating model off of copyrighted artwork that you obtain legally and this is such transformative use, absolutely. But even then, right? Like, people claimed that these models would have been impossible to have been made if not without the contribution of all this copyrighted material. Adobe has just proven that categorically.
Well, these aren't my concerns.
I know, but they need to be addressed because people will be coming to this, and I want to get it out there, just even in this, you know, contained kind of discussion, so they hear the argument. Because Adobe, their model is trained off of open source and IP that they have the licenses to, right? And it can do incredible results, like shockingly effective. And so AI is here to stay, and even the current laws. Like, actual facts, they're not going to stop AI unless people go out of their way to legally legislate against it, make new laws against it, and that would be a bad move because it won't benefit.
That's fine. Yeah. Would you when I explain this problem I solved with, you know, that I spent a week on, would you say that was the process of me developing myself? Would that process, would you see that as self-development?
Sorry, hang on, could you repeat the question? I got distracted.
So sorry, if
the snake thing, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So I
don't think it's essential. Like, and by no means is that.
That's where we disagree. That's precisely. I think.
Why do you see that particular hurdle as essential to your growth as an artist?
It's not your growth as an artist necessarily. It's your growth as a human being. I think the brain requires constant stimulation, and creating ideas is a massive part of that stimulation.
Yeah, but it's such a minuscule hurdle to overcome.
Exactly. And why do you assume we will? Like, Sam, why do you assume we wouldn't get that? Now, Sam, why do you assume we wouldn't get that challenge or hurdle in other ways?
Somewhere else, yeah.
Somewhere else, yeah.
Well, give me a creative example. So again, if we
Writing a better story. I mean, look,
again, that's the imagination part.
You're familiar with the concept of fail faster, this idea that we should just, engage in artwork and make art better and better by reiterative process.
Yeah.
So it's if you don't have this minor hurdle that sets you back for a week and you can produce something.
No, my argument is that that week, while yes, technically a setback in terms of the physical production of the thing, was extremely valuable to me and to a lot of people. And it engages you with the world. It forces you to slow down and consider certain problems and certain aspects and think about things. You need to engage your mind and the imagination.
Look, I agree with everything that you're saying. All I'm saying is engaging the mind with what? I don't think being like a snake motion expert is going to be that essential to your.
You can claim that, but
Sam,
you would be wrong.
I don't think you're also acknowledging the other extreme of the result of that situation, where there are a lot of people who would be challenged with that, and they get frustrated, and they get to the point where they just like, I give up. I can't. This is just friggin' annoying, and then they abandon artistic pursuit because of challenges and limitations that they can't overcome. Okay,
but you earlier just said it's tough to adapt. So why can't I just say that in return?
No, you can, but that is literally one of the results, right? I don't think you're acknowledging that there's benefit to having tools that enable processes easier. You're thinking it's a net negative.
But my argument is that AI runs the risk of deleting that process entirely.
No, bullcrap. Sorry, I have to.
No.
Because
again,
people will still find
they'll
find challenges and ways to get them to test themselves in other means. I don't think you're acknowledging
in art.
that.
How? Okay, in art, how?
Why is it essential to learn it through art and not other means?
Well, because the creative process. Okay, what other means then?
Heaps of other means.
Well, if AI technology is solving all sorts of problems, so we're having less and less things to do. So I'm curious as to what other means will be left for us to actually play around.
We've already mentioned this. People like challenging themselves. Like there's a reason why people play video games on hard mode and they still exercise and things like that. Like people naturally seek out ways. No, people will naturally seek out ways to challenge themselves and to better themselves. And even though tools make other older methods easier to achieve, doesn't mean that we're suddenly going to abandon self-development and fulfillment.
I think we will just have to see it play out, to be honest.
No, come on, you can't acknowledge it?
No, because it's already happening. Because it's all again. We're witnessing the process of convenience actually take place, and people generally go for what is convenient over what leads to self-development. I'm not denying that people can.
I mean, because if that's the case, no one would ever go on walks and exercise. To me, I think that flatly contradicts your assumption.
I think. Well, no, I think
cars are convenient now.
More people now are overweight than ever.
No, but people still can you acknowledge the point that people still seek betterment, and even the people that are overweight.
Yeah, sure, they can.
They can. A lot of people. Most
people don't go on a fucking walk. No, they don't. I see some people, really? Yeah, I see. I don't see people fucking going. Everyone going out in droves.
I see lots of people. I guess it depends where you live.
I see a lot of people.
Are you self-reporting?
McDonald's.
Where do you live, Sam? Are you self-reporting?
No. Me and my wife go for a walk every day, but we don't hit the gym. I could be in better shape.
I think there's always people that will be driven to improve themselves. Yes. There'll always be people that'll be driven for status.
They're not the minority.
I talked about,
and there will always be
the majority. How, when I used to play WoW, you'd always see the people that had like the rarest mounts would be, showing off the rare mounts, even though the rare mounts would often be far uglier than the easy to obtain mounts. It was just the rarity and the status that gave it worth. But that being said, those people, that's like, I don't know, 5%, 1% of the population. I think the majority of the population is fine just getting by. And I think there is a problem that Sam is talking about, whereas the majority of people will be fine to just kind of slip into the Wall-E chair and be fat and lazy if everything's provided for them.
Well, I don't think AI
art is going to ensure that there are a whole
Well,
host
sure,
of other
of
things
course,
that
right.
push
But
that
but
way.
that's kind of the core of
yeah.
this conversation is, Sam is afraid of the Wall-E future, and he thinks AR leads us down that road. Are you afraid of the Wall-E future, or are you not afraid of that at all?
See,
Well, that's what it comes down to.
lazy people will still be lazy in the future. Motivated
Mhm.
people will still be motivated in the future. It's human nature. Okay.
Yeah, but I think
Right.
people's laziness can be drawn out of them. Like a lot of people, the reason they're active is because
They're
the world's
forced to
forces
be.
them.
Yeah.
But I think
Right.
I think that's a healthy pressure. I think the natural selection pressures on animals force them to evolve.
I
Certain
don't
pressures
think.
on us
Yeah,
force
I
us to
don't think
engage with the world in good ways.
I don't think AI art, just AI art, looking at that is
Mhm.
going to absolutely ensure your worries is going to come into fruition. I
But it
think
is-
you
but-
can
but
have.
it
I think
could-
you can. No, I think you can absolutely have AI art and address all the other things that are encouraging us towards that future much greater than AI art. And still get all the benefits. And when I say benefits, I'm talking about incredible, massive benefits out of AI art. Okay,
I'm just
like we should not abandon the potential and the massive benefit and blessings and opportunities it gives to all people, because it's open source, it's free, it's available, out of these worries and concerns that honestly can be addressed while still embracing this incredible new technology.
I think, again, from just the planet as it stands, our health is it's as bad as it's ever been. Our education is in the toilet. Our social skills are fucked. These things are happening now. Now people can call me, fucking a miserable bastard, and maybe I am. Maybe I am a miserable bastard. I'll take it. I've always been taught to expect the worst, so I can never be disappointed. So if Shad's future comes about, I'm not going to kick and scream again. But I do have my concerns, because whenever our species is given a toy, we fuck with it, and I think AI is it's the next step, sure, technologically speaking, but I'm concerned that given our track record, which is unfortunate, it probably won't end up in this utopia that you describe.
Look, you could make a case that the invention of the nuclear bomb actually reduced warfare and violence during warfare quite a bit.
You
so
actually you can make that.
Yeah, what kind of, I mean, I hear people say this a lot, and I see it in a lot of sci-fi movies, but it always seems whatever new technology we come up with actually helps with human flourishing.
So we say that again?
Well, the invention of the nuclear bomb actually reconfigured the calculus for going to war. It actually reduced war, and it reduced death in war. Yeah, by a wide margin. So
yeah, that's fine. I would agree with that.
So Adam, your argument is that you can kind of perceive or see an argument that every advancement of technology has benefited humanity.
Yeah.
It's I think it depends. It really depends on the specific technology.
Well, that's what I'm asking for.
I don't think anyone would argue that there are negative effects of medical technology. No one's going to say, oh well, fucking Auntie Nora should have died 10 years ago.
Yeah, totally. Medical technology is a good one, obviously.
I mean, that does lead to biological warfare, though. But yeah. Okay, every technology has an incorrect. Every technology has a bad use. Okay, I'm of the opinion that the misuses of technology by other unprincipled people should not rob principled people from benefiting from the blessings that technology can offer.
Right.
Yeah. So again, I think it doesn't just depend on the technology, but it depends on the culture who has inherited this technology from the people, from the fucking people who have developed it. If you have a culture with a proclivity for, not too good behaviors, let's put it that way, then the technology is going to be misused and you're going to end up with all the shit. However, if you have a culture that is, advanced, that can use it,
okay, I think you're
That's
acknowledging
fine.
something important here, that the technology isn't actually the thing that's issue. It's actually the
Yes.
people and
Yeah.
culture
Well,
behind.
yeah.
So then AI art isn't bad. It's
No,
about
no,
how
no.
we use
It's
it.
yeah. Well, it's a combination of the two things. I can definitely see a future where humankind uses AI art responsibly. I just don't think we're in that timeline. I think someone came back, stole our fucking Infinity
No,
Stones.
the way
you
that
know,
the way that happens
and
is
we're
you choose. No,
fucked.
you can't control other people, but you can control yourself. You can choose
Of
to use it
course, yeah, I
responsibly.
know,
And
that's what
that's isn't that enough? You do the right thing with it, be the
I
example and
well,
encourage it, like, and then that is the means to lead to that better future.
Well,
I
let me
think
ask you a question, Shad. Would
Yes.
you, so say like like hypothetically, this will exist in the future, that we have AI generation that's good enough to create photorealistic movies and short videos pretty easily with prompting. Do you think it'd be right for someone to take your catalog of videos and then put it into a model and basically like produce, similar quality, same topic matter videos every day on
Not
but on different topics, like
Yeah.
kind of around HEMA stuff?
As long as they're not plagiarizing, not only would I be okay with it, I'd feel complimented that they'd think my work was inspiration enough to inspire them to make even greater work and more awesome stuff in the world. I
even
that is the
Really?
greatest compliment ever. I like to see
But
someone
even if
inspired
it,
by your work.
Even
and
if
again,
they
this is
like surpass you in views and
yeah,
subscribers, you
they
would
they
still...
they
Oh,
they
if
they,
it's
they
better than
result
me
in
and
your
they deserve it, the
redundancy.
thing is, I have the confidence in my ability
Mhm.
as a creator to, if they're going to use AI art or AI anything to make great work, it's like, well, hang on, I have my natural talent and ability that made this stuff to begin with. If I then am able to enhance that with AI art, I'm confident that I'll be able to outcompete them.
So
Just like,
it would be a race to use AI art to produce the most high quality content and to
isn't that a good thing?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not sure if it's a good. I
if
don't know
it
is the answer.
raises the bar of quality and we get not only greater
But
works
it's
in the future and in
your
more quantity.
your like great works. See, because AI is it's the regurgitation of information. Really, that's what the AI part does. It's
Actually, no, that's a misconception. Like, because
well, it
AI
is.
art, no. Because AI art is trained off of such a large body of work, right? It is able to blend and merge things to create new things, just like what humans have done for ages. And there have been compositions and things that the AI have spat out that no human mind would rarely ever conjure, especially the warped, mutated stuff. That's like, that's an abstract kind of piece of art.
Well,
I'm not sure humans can
you
the AI can actually, with the guidance of humans, create incredibly new and amazing stuff.
they're called the AI hallucinations. Like AI can lie. It can I think there was a case where an AI created a scientific white paper and then put in citations from other scientists with fucking with all these histories and all the things they'd done. But what they found that the AI had done is it had the whole thing was bullshit. The AI had created entire people footprints online of the who didn't exist to cover its tracks because it was lying. So that's obviously I think that's a big one. That's more so to do with AI technology in general, with misinformation
and chat
who's going to
models,
have
and it's another aspect of AI that's I feel separate to the AI art discussion, because like I said, I have reservations about chat model and AI that it is interacts, and our perception of them is we perceive them almost as equivalent, as other humans and other things like that. Those are fun discussions, but again, separate discussions.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, again,
the reason why I say separate, AI art is so separate to an AI chat model that's trying to mimic human behavior, right? It is not like self-aware intelligence at all. It really is a very complex, sophisticated algorithm, all right? And so I do not hold it on the same level as many other AI types of technologies and implementations. It's a really, really useful artistic tool, okay? And I don't have an issue with that. I think, the future development of this aspect of the tech can be really beneficial. And that's a separate kind of trajectory to other developments of of AI technology.
I know it's taken us a while, but I think we are closing in on the precise point that we disagree with on. I apologize to everyone watching if this has been exhaustive. it's a new topic for me. I didn't really, I hadn't thrown my hat into the AI ring until a few days ago, so I've obviously had to fucking cram for this test. I just wanted to come on here and voice some concerns, and again, the concerns will still come down to the aspect of how valuable that 50% of pressure and strain and self-development is, and the results of replacing that, and then the effects of replacing that. I think
what would you say to the farmer who would pose the same argument, that the value and strain of making your own food, and that honestly we lose something really valuable and wholesome about a connection to the land and appreciation of where your sustenance comes from? That I don't think you should bow to automation in farming because you lose something so wholesome and important that is so essential to human development and appreciation. They can pose the exact same argument.
Sure, they can. And I think that's valid. Again,
is it valid? No, like really, is it valid?
No,
because
I think if people lose touch of, again, it's not all in, because I think it's not what it's not a case of all or nothing.
Because this is the thing.
I think there is a balance to be struck with everything, including this technology. There's a
good. Because I think with the farming thing, you can develop that appreciation for where your food comes from and the process of growing and sustaining human life and everything like that.
And embrace technology.
You can achieve that without being a farmer. And I think you can also develop an appreciation for the difficulty it requires to make art in traditional methods without doing it yourself, and still enjoying and using AI art. I think you can get the benefits that you are afraid that people will lose, all right? With AI art, you can still get those benefits and still embrace AI art as an amazing tool and new technology.
I think, again, when it comes to, I don't want to talk in circles. I put an extraordinary amount of value on people developing their minds, and from a very young age. And we touched on this with kids using technology early on, using iPads, and we can agree that it's not healthy for children to rely on artificial brains to get their stimulation. We agree that it's better for them to fall over, get up, fix the things they break shit, know what that feels like, so that they can actually mature and become more whole people that can then go into society and engage with it in a healthy way. And that's the quality of culture. My concern comes down to the adult is the child and the AI is the phone. And I'm not saying that we should just fucking burn it to the ground. Cat's out the bag, genie's out the bottle. There's no fucking way we're gonna fucking get rid of this. But I suppose I'm just a bit apprehensive about what the fuck we're gonna do with this shit. I don't know. I know this sounds so fucking miserifying to hear, and I think a lot of people would agree, is that our species culturally has a lot of work to do. And I think that's evidenced by the sorts of conversations that are dominating the media now. We're not talking about methane on Mars, which could be, life. We're talking about, race and sex. Again, the fucking fundamentals of what we look like. Why? We're just, this fucking moronic online discourse consumes us. And you see it on the media, you see it fucking everywhere, and it's like, God, fucking. Yeah.
Just on that note, that's the same thing humans have dealt with through multiple civilizations and people. We think we've evolved so much. No, we're the same as our ancestors, okay? We deal with the same weaknesses, flaws, and biases, and all those things, okay? Like, all we have to do, like, we just can only encourage ourselves and other people to learn from the past and try and be better. But going back onto what you were saying, that you equate AI art as the digital tablet and we are the children, right? I don't think that's a direct fair comparison, because I don't feel embracing you absolutely can embrace AI art and still get an appreciation for a wholesome nature of creativity and the processes and everything. In actual fact, very well likely, as it is doing right now, it creates new challenges that you need to work and overcome. And even when they get easier, we're still going to challenge ourselves. This is not the death knell for the apocalypse that you're envisioning. This is not the main problem you should be trying to address to avoid the apocalyptic future you envision.
It's not I don't think there's an apocalyptic future. I'm not that fucking pessimistic.
Okay. But you're kind of saying it like there's a danger for that future.
There is, yes.
And I'm saying is AI art is not the thing that's going to cause that.
I think when you say that people can develop an appreciation for these things without, experiencing the struggle
or experiencing it in a small, they don't need, like, again, you don't need to be a farmer to understand and get a wholesome appreciation for the process and the craft and the traditional ways and all those things.
I think that's true to an extent. I think you can definitely learn the knowledge that goes behind farming and develop an appreciation. But I think what leads to development, unfortunately, is failure that is often decisive and impactful, like fucking up and getting something back that's like shit. Like, oh God.
Yeah. But the advantage, Sam, is that by finding ways to automate tasks and processes to make it easier, we can then focus on the things that we're still failing at to try and get better at those. We can focus on getting to Mars and advancing human race and other things like that. That's the benefit of automation, where it frees time to focus on other things to try and benefit people, solve the real big problems, okay? And also to produce even more great stuff that will inspire, encourage, entertain.
To what end? Like, I suppose, like, what's the
to overcome those inherent human failings that we're still struggling with right now? Wouldn't that be a better thing to focus on improving and overcoming and facing those challenges than getting frustrated for like 2 days and trying to figure out how to rig like a Medusa 3D
but that's
model?
valuable. No, because again,
I'm not saying it isn't valuable, but also focusing on these other things
what makes
valuable.
life great.
No, but focusing on other, like I'm saying, you're not losing out if you find ways to make certain processes easier. It frees you time to focus on other things that you can still get value out of and growth and all those things.
Great. So it's like let's teleport to the top of the mountain so we can focus on our skills in flying a kite.
Or getting to Mars, or making a telescope on top of that mountain so it can steer space better.
Great. But you can do that as well. You don't need to subvert the climbing of the mountain as well. You can still do all this. We landed on the moon in the 1960s.
No, exactly. People will still climb mountains because they want to and they enjoy it. That's been my argument from the very beginning. But don't begrudge people who want to teleport to the top of that mountain because it's more efficient and effective, so they can achieve other things.
I wouldn't begrudge them. I think they're missing the point of climbing the mountain to begin with. People
not only begrudging, they're friggin' attacking them vehemently. I know you're not, but
anybody who insults somebody for an opinion they don't agree with or understand is a fucking cunt. I apologize for using that language, but they are fucking stupid cunts. And you need to have dialogue with people in order to fucking, in order to actually move forward with any problem, even if you don't fully understand it. I think it's important to have these dialogues and yeah, I don't agree. I think people on both sides have a tendency to get nasty, and again, it leads into the fucking human nature. Human nature can be pretty fucking nasty sometimes. Mm-hmm. We've been over that, but with regards to the teleporting to the top of the mountain, sure, they might just want the view, and of course I'm arguing that the act of climbing the mountain or seeing all the different fucking plants and all the little fucking rabbits doing whatever the fuck, that is the experience of learning and breathing in and slowing down and developing, the mind and everything like that. And someone who's zipping to the mountaintops isn't really getting that experience. And they can do it anytime they want, and people will, and people still will. The minority, I would probably say that the minority of people are the ones who are still going to do these things in the same way that the minority of people go to the gym. Most people don't. Let's be honest. Most people don't give a fuck about that, you know? So it's like, sure, people will, I'm not disputing that people will still be able to, you know, freely draw. I will still be here doing what I do. You will still be where you are. People will always come to people like, you know, like me or you or anyone else for the type of content that we produce. If it's marketed correctly, if it's well done, that's fine. But we will be the minority. Most people, as with everything, they do lean into these conveniences.
Sam, let me ask you about like an artist like Jackson Pollock. Like, how does that fit into this conversation? One of the most interesting things I think about this conversation is that I feel like it's already kind of played itself out with the advent of modern art, because modern art really separated technical skill from just calling someone an artist or something art.
I really don't like that type of art. I'm probably not the best person.
Okay, so would you say Jackson Pollock is not an artist then?
No, I would say he's an artist. It's just that I don't see value in his art personally. Not saying that anyone, you know, can't have that. You know, I just think people have
the reason I bring it up is all the arguments people are making really already have analogs in the actual art world. Like, a lot of people don't know Michelangelo didn't paint the Sistine Chapel all by himself. Like, he had a bunch of assistants helping him do it. Mm-hmm. So I mean, and big artists, they always have worked with assistants.
Yep, and film directors are credited to being the creators of that film.
Well, I don't agree with that. It fucking annoys me that.
But they are, but people credit him as the creator. Yeah. You have to acknowledge that. And then
they incorrectly.
Well, and then there are also automatic processes like the pen on a string, okay, that you just set up and you let something else do all the work for you. But because you triggered that initial creation, you are the creator of it.
Sure.
Okay. And so there are absolutely, as Adam points out, multiple analogs and parallels to what.
And I would argue that Pollock is an example of someone who probably subverted a lot of fucking potential development in himself. I don't rate his art.
Hang on, but who are you to say that?
Well, it's my opinion. Again, like, of course, I can't. It's not a science, but yeah, that's my opinion.
But you can't know that. And he'll probably argue vehemently against you. You can say, "Hold on, you have no idea the development and trials and process and all that." And so that, the fact that people are trying to impose their standards on others.
I said I could argue. I'm not necessarily that is my official stance. I don't know the guy or what he's done. I haven't researched him very well. I'm familiar with what he's done. I don't know. Maybe.
But people are trying to say that about Shad, this is not art. It's lousy. It's lazy. And there is no artistic expression in it. And I'm like, hang on, who the hell are you to say?
If he developed the rigging to make the fucking, to make the paint splatter in a certain way, then I would say, yeah, well, he engineered that. But people who use AI didn't code it. They didn't develop it. They didn't create the rigging; they're just using it. So it'd be like someone coming into Pollock's studio and saying, "Can I have a go on your pen machine?"
Yeah, but the person who they don't make their paints or their inks, and the person with the pen on the string didn't make the pen, but they do set up the parameters to guide to the results that they want.
Yeah, it's similar to a chef using certain tools, but he's still a chef. With the AI, though, it again. I'm disputing how much control will be left once it's finished its development process, or once it continues to develop. I know you're very keen to stay on the topic of now, because that's the because that's the only version where your argument makes sense.
Of course, it makes sense, but that's the more important aspect to discuss.
Yes, I would disagree. that the next 2 years is the next 2 years. Everything after those 2 years is the rest of human history,
which you can't predict, and I can't predict.
No, we can't predict. But that's what I'm arguing for. Like, I'm actually arguing for a larger slice of of fucking time than you're arguing. For the now.
It seems like you're acknowledging then that my arguments are completely valid for where it's at now.
Yes, now.
Okay, that's great to hear.
Yeah, I think we need AI art right now. There are certain things that you cannot do with just a prompt. You cannot get certain poses to look right. You cannot get certain things to look right. There is a process of trial and error. People can fucking say whether they like it or dislike it, but it can take hours and hours and hours, days and days and days, training, whatever. And I would say that right now, your argument holds water. My concern is, as time progresses and the technology gets better, is that gonna change? You know?
Yeah, and we've discussed that this whole time, and I've shared my views on it. I think a
I know
lot of
you
yeah.
don't think it will, but I think.
Oh
it will.
no! I've acknowledged that it'll get easier, and I think it will. But there's a lot. There's still going to require artistic ability to make the best AI art, even when it gets easier. Absolutely.
Well, and the 50% that is deciding what to actually make is never going to go away.
Yes.
Well, unless you're saying I can prompt make a piece of art that I like. I just like, how would that work? Like,
Well, okay, I'll tell you. Oh, well, okay. Well, let's.
How would it know what you like?
Okay, let's get into the weeds. Elon Musk is developing Neuralink, which is the brain computer interface, and it is his goal. It is his mission. I don't know what you think of him, but
I'd never get Neuralink. Not in a million.
Okay, yeah, okay. But it
I don't want people tampering my brain.
People in the chat are saying, he thinks he's Jesus.
You're so lazy, Shad. Just get the Neuralink.
Look, it's not. It's like I just want to clarify. These are predictions, and I might be wrong. But they are. I would say that it's an educated guess.
I think you're correct. I think you're 100% correct. So
okay,
I agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Well, now with Neuralink, you have this brain-computer interface that Elon Musk is developing, and the goal is to have it so it goes in your fucking head, and and then so
don't be shy. Just get the drill. Come on.
I know. So it's like, this is the larger thing that concerns me, where it's like,
I think most people are going to reject it. I think.
Well,
look, I thought they would have rejected LASIK. Look, you're literally putting a laser under your eyeball. What the hell?
No, but again, so it's like, this for me, I'm just seeing this fucking disaster waiting to happen, and I hope it doesn't. I'm not invested in the destruction of my speech. I just want.
But that's a completely different thing, divorced to AI.
Well, Adam posed the question: how will it know what art you like?
What is a disaster?
Well, if people have this Neuralink thing, what's to stop them from saying, make a film I like, and it just does it because it knows what's in your head?
People who don't want to have their brain invased, stuff like
that. And by the way, I wouldn't put it past people.
Like the Neuralink, I don't think is going to get to that point where it can read all our thoughts. I think it's just an interface device where we could project and say things. I don't know, but
I mean, it could.
Like,
the brain.
I know sci-fi is depicted, versions of where that's possible in the future.
If you said in the 1800s,
but come on, that is such such an extreme what if that we are different possible futures.
Wait. If you said to someone in the 1800s, I'm going to make a device that can look inside your brain, you'd be locked away. But now we've got the MRI scanner. You never know. So
but that one, the whole computers being able to read our thoughts, right? That is so far in the future. Come on.
Yeah. It's a bit.
Is it that far?
I would say
it's a bit of a stretch. It's a bit of a stretch, but it could.
How far do you think that is, Adam?
I would say 50.
It is about 2 years away.
I would estimate between 30 and 50 years.
Look, I'm going 10 years tops.
Really? Okay, well then you're more concerned than I am.
Yeah.
I've got
Adam's
more
not
faith
concerned. He wants it.
Look, I think the singularity is here. I do. I think these things are taking off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
See,
I don't know if we reached a plateau.
I think we're going to hit unpredicted bottlenecks and plateaus. Just like with rocketry technology, we thought we were going to be on the moon.
Your argument depends on it.
No. I think that's just a reasonable. Like we're already reaching the limit of our hardware technology. To get more powerful AI art generation, we need way more powerful GPUs. But we're already our computer technology. Unless we can crack quantum computing, we are reaching. And we don't know if we'll ever crack that, by the way. We're trying to. No doubt we're trying to.
It's the energy problem. They can't run them.
We are reaching some really difficult, technological barriers that could put a halt on how.
So the barrier is processing power. Is that what you're saying?
So yeah, the current companies developing AI tech, you should see they have wall-to-wall GPU supercomputers.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen that.
It's crazy. because we're reaching almost the maximum amount of I don't know how exactly it works, but we're on the atomic scale in terms of processing power already, and the only way to get further than that is with quantum computing. And so again, just because plateaus and bottlenecks are actually quite common in technological progression.
I just want to point out that a quantum computer can solve a problem that would take another computer 10,000 years to solve in 1
only
second.
specific types of problems. So quantum computing isn't used for everything.
Yeah,
but
okay, there's an issue here with the bottlenecks and the processing power. Because now we're going to have the AI working on the bottlenecks and the processing power.
Yeah, Shad.
It's like, I think people are going way too far with how smart they like the AI, especially even the chat models, right? It can feel real, okay, and it can fool. But humans anthropomorphize and humanize even like inanimate objects. It's really easy for us to like project humanity onto things, right? The actual complex, higher level thinking in these things, we are very far away.
There is no wait. Yeah. There is no complex higher functioning in any of this stuff. But that's not what's required. It's all just brute force. So if you can set up an algorithm that's going to literally brute force its way to figuring out processing power and do the test, a billion times in 1 year, I mean, that's going to create more results than humans thinking, using their big brains.
No, but I'm talking about like actually being able to think abstractly, approach problems, actually have really complex.
But you don't need to. That's the like evolution. The reason evolution does not think abstractly, it just brute forces its way to make something work.
Right.
And that's exactly how the machine learning works too.
Yeah, I mean,
only on like a very sped up time
to handle specific problems, like train it on medical information and then get us the cure of cancer and things like that. But there are severe limitations that it's not going to be equivalent to the human mind for a good long while. And as a result, applying the human mind in conjunction with this tech, especially like AI art is the subject, right? You're always going to get better results when you add the human element to complement it. And that's why the best AI art will be made by artists. People use it.
It's been a great conversation. We've been talking for almost 3 hours. Let me ask you some questions from the chat.
You want to read a couple super chats?
Yeah. This isn't related to the AI conversation, but Calvin Pafford for 5 months says, for Shad, how does one finish the handle of a pole arm? Parentheses hickory, would beeswax be too sticky? Is staining it okay? I need help with this baby shower gift.
You can stain it. Hey, Tyranth, what do we stain our handles with? Shaft handles. What? Linseed oil. That's the one I was trying to think of. Linseed oil is a good one.
Oh, that's a nice look.
There you go.
Love that linseed oil. That's you should use that as a prompt.
Maybe.
Linseed oil texture. I wonder if the AI would be able to figure it
out. Jack of Spades for 18 months says, wait, is this the guy that worked with NC for the infamous wall review? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, me neither.
Is that you, Sam?
What, sorry?
What that means? Did you work with someone named NC for the infamous wall review?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, that was it was fucking God, what was that now? That was 2019. Yeah, I worked with Doug on his review of The Wall. What that came down to was
Nostalgia Critic is NC.
Yeah, Nostalgia Critic. Yeah, he basically films his reviews a week before. So obviously I had to animate everything around him. So I couldn't animate anything until I got the footage from his side. So the entire thing, everything that I did was put together in about 15 days, about 2 weeks. So I'm pretty proud of it. I enjoyed working on it. Obviously the review wasn't, people didn't particularly like Doug's take, but I didn't write the fucking review, man. I was just involved.
I know. I remember I saw compliments even from the EFAP guys that the production value of the review was impressive, even though they disagreed with this take. They're like, you can't. Yeah.
What was the review of?
It was The Wall, which I like.
Pink Floyd's The Wall. Oh wow. Yeah. Did he like it or not like it?
No, he shit on it.
What?
The thing is, I wasn't. I wasn't given the script. I was just given my part. Like I wrote my own
Look,
version
Sam,
of
you're innocent here. Okay,
Yeah,
nobody's
well,
blaming.
but for some people don't seem to think
Yeah,
so.
Nobody's
but
blaming
seriously,
you.
like the world is trying to push guilt by association. You
Yeah.
worked on this thing that I hate, so you're
I
a
know,
terrible
I
person.
know. It's horrible, but
We don't
Yeah.
believe in guilt by association here, Sam. You're perfectly innocent.
There
Okay.
you go.
Nostalgia critic, on the other hand.
I did.
Get
I
the
did.
rope.
I did enjoy working on it. I'm still in touch with Doug.
There you go. Libertarian Sasquatch says, to me, art is art. If I like it, I like it. It seems artists are more worried about the labor that went into said art. Why does it matter if it takes 10 years or 10 seconds?
No, this
Well,
is
those
true.
10 years and 10 seconds is what we call the process of life.
Yeah. But the thing is, though, I mean, modern art. There's so much modern art that takes no effort or time, and they just
Totally.
spew it out. And
Well, I don't like modern
the greatest
art. I
thing.
mean,
Yeah, but
you like
people,
modern art?
but it is an established art form that people.
Oh,
acknowledge
great.
as
I know.
art.
It's
Yeah.
What do you think of modern art?
Oh, I hate it.
Right. Okay. So let's move on to the next question.
See, Paffy says, will the stagnation of the population nullify the effect of the robots taking our jobs?
I missed most of that.
Will the
Yeah.
stagnation of the population nullify the effect of the
Oh.
robots taking our jobs?
Yeah. Will us becoming more
is that-
docile?
No, stagnation of population. Does that mean it would us having less
could.
children?
It could.
And
Yes.
less children, less population. We need robots to
Yes.
fill in the roles and jobs.
Well, no, it could
Right.
slow down. It could slow down automation, which would hurt us because
yeah,
we're still
unless
going
you
to
mean-
have.
Yeah. The stagnation of our ability to develop the technology itself might stop. Yeah.
Well,
no,
the population slowing down will create a bunch of elderly people that can't do the jobs that need to be done. Like automation is a way to solve that problem. But if we don't have enough people to create automation, then we're going to be in trouble.
I think the question being asked is that because birth rates are declining, and they seem to always decline as countries reach a certain level of economic development, that would nullify the bad aspects of robots taking our jobs, because essentially we would require them to do a lot of the jobs, so we wouldn't have population to fulfill.
Maybe.
Right. If
Okay.
that automation exists, that's the question.
Right. Cancer Connoisseur says, Shad is using Syndrome's logic without the blatant malice. Everyone can be an artist. If everyone's super, no one will be.
I mean, yeah.
The thing is, though, I don't think everyone will still make art with AI. It'll still be the creative people who have a creative thing in their mind that they want to make with it. And so there still will be the special people.
I think
and
those
even with the
people-
technology, the best will rise to the top.
I think the people with the best ideas will endeavor to make those happen regardless.
Oh, yeah. You're going to have people that are more motivated than others, who put in more effort and time, who have a better idea and focus more time on the development of that idea. And so you're still going to have good and bad art that's still made with AI image generation.
I think most people using AI will be probably the less passionate people.
I don't know. I'm very passionate about it.
I know you are. I would say you're a rare breed. You're like,
thank you.
you're like, I was saying to Carmen, my wife, how strange it is that you advocate for AI, given your deep investment in culture and
to me, I mean, I think I've posed my argument why I do, and I don't think it's strange at all. Like, I love making awesome stuff. AI art is going to help me make more awesome stuff. Like, I've got so many ideas and stuff I'd love to produce that I don't have the time or means to be able to pursue all of them. This is enabling me to do more. I'm on board. Like, holy crap, can't wait.
Thomas LaCroix, thank you, says, if everyone has their own closed artistic world, will talented artists capable of innovative composition and ideas, will they be able to be seen by the rest of the world? And also, will the common culture be more fragmented?
I think that's a possibility. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say that I think that's what I was saying before, where you've created an environment where everyone is a seller. And people just create their own private movies, their own private bubbles of reality, and just put it out there into the ether. But other people will just say, well, I'll make my own.
Well, hang on. But why is that a bad thing? Well, that we don't need to rely on other people to make awesome stuff that we all enjoy.
Well, because I think having a society that is transactional is very helpful for us as people. And being everyone be like a creative lone wolf, having to rely on no one, no accountability for anyone's.
I don't know, because like our favorite properties are in the hands of people who are irresponsible with them and are using them for agenda, and they're ruining them. Like I love Spider-Man, Batman, and all these things, and they've just been crapped on. Okay. And so, but if I had the means and ability to depict these things I love in the ways that I would feel would be a credit to the characters and have those messages and themes and uplifting things that I want my children to see, holy crap, that's awesome.
Okay,
and I don't have to rely on these unprincipled douchebags that hate the properties that are continually crapping on them.
But then but then your media that you would produce for yourself
and my children
and your children, but other people won't necessarily. They'll make their own Batman film.
Yeah, that they would enjoy. But
so you're
again,
not. You're not reaching. You're not reaching people is the thing. You're cutting
I would make my
connection.
own. No, I would make my own stuff and get that to reach other people. I wouldn't be able to,
Shad, the question though is if it would reach other people though. I think human beings have a desire to be esteemed by others, but there is a situation where everything could just be created for you personally to entertain. And nobody would be interested in what the things that you made, because they would make their own things to entertain them.
Unless what you made was really good.
Right, but you can't imagine a world where people were like, why would I even venture out to see what other people have created when I have this machine that will just create whatever I want?
Exactly what I want, the dream machine.
Because because even there are lots of people who try to make things to the best of their own abilities, and then they also acknowledge that it's nowhere near as good as what this other person made because they're more creative and they have the talent and stuff like that. People enjoy quality, and so I'm confident that I'll be able to make really good, engaging stuff. And I love sharing things that I make. That's what I do. I do that all the bloody time, and I would find a way to share it.
I think most people will just spend the rest of their lives watching simulated porn until they die. That's
true.
What are you talking about? Like, that's already happening. What are you talking
about? Yeah, well, exactly. Fuck. God. People think that I have like this really miserable view of the world, but it's like it's I'm sorry to intrude upon your fantasy with a bit of fucking reality, but the world is not fucking is all great. I think people have a tendency to puff up humanity too much to the point where you're not even really afraid of the
Sam,
the problems.
Here's the white pill. Doesn't matter how bad the world gets to a certain level. I know it can go to the part where it does impact your life too dramatically, but for the large portion, you can control your own life. You can control your own household environment and family and stuff. And even if the world wants to go to crap and promote things that I think are not good, I can promote and raise my children in the best ways I see fit and make my home environment a awesome place that I'm going to teach them the benefits of going outside and getting off of the online things and developing natural skills and abilities. And I can have my direct environment because I have control over that. And then look, the world can do what it does. And I'm doing like doesn't mean I've given up. I still raise my voice and try and fight and stand up for what is right and everything. But even if the world goes to crap, I don't need that because I have my family. I have my environment that I have control over. And as long as that is in the right state, because I do have empowered that, the world, it can do what it wants. I still have the peace and security and love and life that I want.
I think that's very admirable. I really like the world. I really, really enjoy, and I live in Liverpool, and a lot of films are filmed here. The most recent Batman film was filmed here because the architecture's old, and a lot of the architects in America, built stuff here. So if they need Chicago in the 1940s, they come here to film it. And I love going down to the Albert Dock and seeing all the old brickwork. And then I look across the street and it's fucking glass, plastic, disposable shit. And even though I come home and I can decorate my house, I am, despite what people might think, I really am invested in my species and our culture and the world. And
But
the only reason
you can't do more than what you can do. As
no,
you do your
of course,
part,
of course,
be satisfied with that. You're trying to do your part to improve the world.
of course. But
If your happiness
my
is reliant on other people's actions, you're going to be disappointed.
Well, I know, of course, but this is my part. I'm raising the concerns that I have for this technology, and they are concerns because they haven't played out yet. So we'll just have to see. I do think that the whole discussion over whether AI art isn't the point, and whether it's built on ethical models or if it's stealing artwork again. If they're not ethical now, or if people argue that they're not ethical now, they certainly will be.
Well, Adobe already has released theirs.
Well, exactly. I mean, like, there are loads of unethical practices that we've accepted for a long time. I think what artists need
fundamentally,
to do
I think it's not unethical. I actually think it's perfectly in line with fair use and what artists have done to try and, get inspiration from other styles and all that. I mean, I've not had a convincing counter argument to that flat. People try and say you don't understand fair use, and I'm like, well, no, sorry. Look at the South Park case. Look at this. Look at that. Again, no convincing argument to contradict it, and just separate to that. It's also a moral standard that this is what we do. You actually are entitled not to plagiarize, but to copy and imitate to improve your own, processes and things that you make.
Yeah. I think it's what the art is being used for that's got them riled up. It's they don't want it marching in that army.
Yeah. They feel threatened, and my message to them is that you don't actually have to be threatened because you are in place to benefit most of all from this technology more than anyone else.
My message to artists is be cautious. That's just keep a weather eye open, because I think there is a possibility. No, nothing's certain. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not Jesus, but there is a possibility that it could go against your interests. And I don't think anyone could dispute that is a possibility. Just be cautious.
But hang on, won't that just because by being cautious, people will then try and not use it, not embrace it, and that's shooting themselves in the foot. If they want to ensure a way to be
that's where it leads,
like replaced in the future, well, that's the attitude to have. I mean,
I would say a world where everyone creates their own private movies is a world where artists are replaced and don't exist because everyone can do it through their fucking stupid chip.
No, because the best movies will still be other people want to see the best movies, is my point.
Yeah, and where do artists fit into that equation? Because again, not all
artists
will be
making
great writers.
The best stuff.
No, not all artists are great writers. Some artists are
well, then they would just
mechanics.
Yeah. Then they just do it because they enjoy it, and that's not going to stop.
And they wouldn't be able to make a living off that. A lot of artists.
Oh, hang on. Do bad artists deserve to make a living off of their work?
No one deserves anything.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm arguing for the value of the system, not whether or not people are entitled to profit from it. The system of exchange is the thing that I'm arguing for. Of
enforced scarcity.
No, not necessarily.
No. It is essentially that. Like, there are a lot of people who don't have a lot of money, and they are
I'm not advocating for the reduction of AI. I'm not arguing that it should be destroyed or fucking burned at the stake or anything like that. I'm arguing for the rapid progression of responsibility, because I wish I had more faith in our ability to use this. I just fucking don't, unfortunately. Prove me wrong. But fuck me. I
have faith in my ability to use this
and I believe that, yeah. Go on.
The Wolfie says AI art is a commission. You are commissioning a separate entity to make something for you, just like a 16th century aristocrat wants a portrait. An artist will fulfill those wants, but the aristocrat did not make anything.
We've addressed that. Like, there are many times when you have to actually step in and do the hand-drawn parts yourself. And
for now.
For probably a while still, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that directors are considered artists as well, and that you're still expressing your artistic vision. It's so... I disagree with it being presented so blanketly like that. There's far more nuance to it.
There is more nuance, yeah.
PC asks, what would Sam like to happen regarding AI? It seems like your main argument is that AI will make all people obsolete and artists will be first.
The answer to that question would require a degree of pomposity that I don't possess. I don't know. I don't know the answer, and there's no shame in saying that you don't know. I don't fucking know. Ask me for.
Well, I mean, yeah,
what I would like to happen.
I think it's fair to someone, like, if someone is saying there's all these problems, it's not working, well, then isn't it fair to say, okay, what's your answer to it?
But the question was, how would I like the AI to develop? And the answer to that is like, well, fucking, I know how I would like it not to develop. I know what would result in
cure for cancer would be good. We've been working on that for a long time without a lot of success.
Yes.
Like cure for AIDS would be good. Like there's a lot of stuff that would.
But again,
more creativity, more people making more awesome stuff.
I think when it comes to the most ideal world where art is implicated, it's not dragging AI art and technology down. It's dragging culture up. I think our culture is eroding. I think it's all melding together on this online shitfest where we have no real sense of self anymore. I mean, a lot of countries are so obsessed in how much they hate themselves now. And you maybe say they're a minor minority, but they fucking win elections. It's like there's a huge problem with the erosion of culture. So my argument, again, it's not to destroy AI or drag it down. It's just that I'm concerned that where we're at now,
well, on that note,
we're not going to make the best of it.
I honestly believe AI art,
our worst impulses.
Yeah, I honestly believe AI art can be embraced and not contribute to those negative cultural things that you see.
I hope that is true. I don't think it is, though. I think it will contribute to those worst impulses that have been playing out for the past.
Nowhere near to the level where it's the primary cause. Like, even if it did, it's not the primary thing that's causing it.
I think
there are other things that you could address that would have a much bigger thing. And again, I think the actual utilization of AI art actually encourages more artistic expression. It encourages people to do more traditional art and do it in complementing ways and things.
I think isolationism is a really fucking it's a massive problem. I mean, fuck, it really can't be understated how much people need to network and interact, and I think people should need each other. I think you should work within the interests of not only yourself but your fellow man.
I don't know. See, I think there's a macro and micro scale to that switches into.
Oh, sure. Probably, yeah, but I think with the dangers of AI is encouraging us even more than we are now to isolate ourselves in a private metaverse bubble, which would just be shit. And that's it. Like that is the.
I haven't experienced that. I like the people who use AI art love to share it. They love to help collaboratively. Like people spend hundreds of hours developing models and then they release them for free because they just want to help other people out. The collaborative spirit that's actually involved in this tech is honestly like restores a bit of my faith in humanity. Okay. Like genuinely, there are some really awesome things that are coming out of this. And it's like, again, it's open source. That is insane.
Blender's like Blend. Well, actually, I mean, Blender, the software.
Yeah. But I'm saying to the incredible technological advancement and tool that this is, it's the most advanced artistic tool we've ever made, and it's released for free. It blows my mind. And so in terms of fostering a collaborative spirit where people are helping each other out, it's doing that too.
I think the argument against everything that most of what I've said today is, well, that probably won't happen, but it could. And
But
if
hang
it
on,
does,
I'm pointing out real world right now examples of where it's not
So am I.
happening and the opposite
well,
is happening.
so am I.
No,
Yeah, but
I'm
the vast
referencing
majority,
it to
it's
AI.
not in your favor.
No, I'm referencing actual implementation of AI art that's achieving the opposite of your fears.
Okay, that specifically, maybe. I'm not sure about the AR community. I haven't. Obviously, I don't know anyone besides you're the first person I've ever met who's actually, you advocated for AI art, because I'm surrounded by people. I'm concerned because people really wanted me to come on here and attack the art theft thing. Is it art thing? I told them that I wouldn't do that because I don't think those are really the pressing issues.
Well, also the claims are just false. It's a losing argument.
I think ultimately, yes, it is a losing argument, and I don't think it helps artists to make those arguments. You need to stop making those arguments because they are
exactly. Well, they're now invalid because Adobe has released theirs, which isn't even built on copyrighted artwork at all, and it can achieve crazy results. And again, people claimed one of the reasons why they're trying to attack the developers of this AI and to get them illegal is to try and slow down the progress of this technology to give artists kind of like a fighting chance. And the release of Adobe's AI completely blows out of the water. They literally claimed if you didn't use the artistic works of all these artists, these models would not only be impossible to make, the models that you would make would not be able to achieve the same quality. You're only getting the quality that you are because it's built on the works of all the artistic knowledge and all the artwork that was stolen. The Adobe model has proven those claims categorically false. It can actually do really creative artistic styles and multiple different styles and create incredible quality stuff. And it's entirely built off of public domain and stuff that they have the license for. And so
I would another thing, just very quickly, again, like we didn't really get to talk about this. This was number 3, and it's fine, because I think you would probably agree with it anyway, so it wouldn't be much content.
We'll see.
Of discussion. Well, it's the overwhelming spread of misinformation also that I'm concerned about, where people can invent perfectly realistic footage of whatever they want, and our standards of evidence will just be thrown away. This future where we can't trust our eyes, our ears, our senses, where we generate everything in our heads, where we don't need anyone, there's not as much transaction. Sure, there are benefits, of course. I can give you those. The overall result is a society, a culture that has receded into itself, or rather up its own arse.
Just to let you know, one of the results of using AI image generators to commit fraud and fake images and stuff like that is actually people being more skeptical of what they see online and actually questioning the authenticity of stuff, which I think is a good thing. I think people need to question the information that are presented to them vastly more than they do. And the fact that AI can be so compellingly, real when it's actually false.
The trouble is,
actually, you use caution and skepticism more.
I have seen things. I've seen things, but no, we've all seen things where, a presidential candidate will say something on live TV. He or she will say the exact words, right? And then in 5 minutes on Twitter or on any social media, it's like fucking articles being written. He said this, she said that. And it's like the footage is there, the evidence is there, people don't believe it. And it's like, fuck, that's now.
That's existed without AI art as well.
Oh, yes, that's the thing. It's going to get way worse because now it's like, people could say, oh, look at Sam whipping his dick out on Market Street. It's like, oh, wait, no, it's your voice. It's like, no, it's like, there's no way to. It's going to be so hard to disprove.
No, people just need to exercise more skepticism. Like this type of fraud, like fake images existed before AI art. So fake that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference at all, and it takes forensics to figure it out.
This comes down to our perception of humanity. Mine is definitely. I wouldn't say mine's nihilistic, but I'm more skeptical of humanity. I think people are more inclined to believe things that affirm their opinions rather than inform them.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah. So if they see a piece of evidence, fake or no,
I don't know, but if they want to be correct, even on any level, the fact that
they don't want to be correct, they want to be they want to win.
Yeah.
That's
but
the problem.
That's true as well. But as soon as they try and be honest in any level, they naturally start needing to apply more skepticism to the things that supposedly affirm their beliefs.
Mm-hmm. So another question, I feel like.
Understate, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian. Thank you. Says, hey boys, I just got engaged. After 21 years, she finally decided to make me an honest man. Love to you all. Shad, I'm still pissed at Matt. A real blow to the hematube, but Lurian jihad, only good jihad. Am I right? Appreciate you all.
I actually
you
know
lost
what
me
that
with the
is now.
jihad part.
That's
I
a
don't
bit
know
of
what
a
Butlerian
fucking-
jihad means.
Do you guys know what Butlerian
No.
jihad is?
No idea.
So it's from the book Dune, where they made it illegal to create artificial humans,
okay.
robots. Yeah.
Right.
I've never read Dune, which
I-
might
like-
seem surprising.
I actually think that's.
I mean, I saw the movie.
Yeah.
I saw the movie. I fucking fell asleep. I need to rewatch it.
What?
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I'm like
That's a David Lynch movie.
I'm great, but I
was
was
pretty bad.
Well,
It was great.
So-
Don't listen to this guy.
So-
He doesn't know what he's
I'm
talking
gonna watch it from start to finish before I render judgment. I do need to read the book.
I'm actually open to discussions on making AGI illegal. Like actual proper
What?
artificial general intelligence,
No,
like
come
self-aware.
on.
Like I think there are concerns, and the whole destroy humanity stuff, like that, like. And also, I think we can
Immortality,
get.
Shad,
I
it's
think
right
we
there.
can
So
get
there is a
nearly-
limit.
no,
So
no,
there is
I
a
think we-
limit.
Of course, there is. I think we can
Right,
absolutely.
okay,
I think
so
we can
we can
get
strike a
nearly all the
balance.
benefits out of AI without it being self-aware, actual, true intelligence. I think
Nah.
we could cure cancer. We can have
Okay, Adam,
robots and
justify it.
everything. As soon as you create like an artificial life form that has emotion,
Don't be
that has-
afraid, Shad. It's the future.
no,
Be among us, such a fucking nihilist, man.
like I said, I'm
Listen to
God,
Sam,
I
Shad.
have,
It's
I
the
have levels.
future.
No, but genuinely, do you?
But
are
right,
you on
Chad,
board with
right
us?
now, it's not the case. How can you?
No, you're right. Right now, absolutely. Like I'm perfectly fine with advancing the technology, finding out the proper applications, utilities, cure cancer, all that. But as soon as you get to proper self-aware intelligence that has emotions and think abstractly, it knows itself, it's afraid of death, everything like that. Holy crap! Does that have so many truly problematic elements to it that?
But that's just
I'm-
evolution. Like we.
Hang on, Sam? Are you on board with this? Are you on
No,
board?
of course I'm fucking not.
He's using the AI arguments against you.
You know,
But they
yeah,
don't
I'm just-
apply because it's a false equivalence. They're so vastly different in application.
Well,
and scale.
True. That's kind of alike, but I wouldn't agree to using them as an equivalent. No.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Look,
Kid-
I want to say, obviously, happy anniversary to the super chatter. Very kind super chat of you. 21 years? Oh my goodness. That's the longest engagement
You
I've
were
ever
married
seen.
already. Come on, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. But congratulations, obviously. So
Thank you, understand, and congratulations. Kid Truck 91 says, here's the question. Is AI music art? Currently, you can select which keys and instruments you desire and let the AI compose.
So
Oh, yeah.
I have a pretty, like I said, open definition because I actually think art exists in nature. But look, I attribute that to God as well. So there's a religious component to that. But I actually feel you can absolutely see something and get like an artistic, emotional response to it, even if it wasn't made by a human at all. Like I feel there is inherent value in quality, and if this piece of music is genuinely good, even if it was made by an alien or artificial intelligence or came about by accident, I see artistic value in it.
I'm sorry, I'm an atheist, but I would be interested to see what would happen if we had a sentient AI bot trained to be God based on stuff on the Bible. But no, it the same issues that I raised against AI are. It fundamentally comes down for me is to the value of the process, and I think you could argue that I place too much value on the process, but that's just the way I am.
look, there's a contradiction here, though, Sam, because you obviously place a lot of value on aesthetics as well. If you're not willing to say that Jackson Pollock, which is completely process.
No. Well, no, I did make the distinction with Jackson Pollock is in the fact that I don't know if he engineered these systems to operate in the way that they did. Did he design?
Right, but look,
I need more information. How did he make his paintings?
I'm just saying, look, if you're placing a lot of value on aesthetics as well, if you're saying that, you know, somebody could use their hands to produce something that's dog shit ugly, and you wouldn't call it art, right?
I don't know if I would call it art, because some person might like it. I didn't say it wasn't
Right.
art.
Sam,
Well, to your standard, obviously,
I would
you've
say
said,
it's still art. It's just not.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
Sam, do
Right.
you see art in nature?
Well, I don't. I see nature as the beauty of chaos. I don't believe in obviously, you know.
Yeah, no,
with
no,
full-
like
with full
not
respect to
metaphysical,
your
but
belief.
it's
Yeah.
just flat. Like, do you see artistic value in nature, or find like a scene or anything that can come from
you-
nature to be artistic?
you mean like aesthetic values? So you're
Yeah,
talking
but
Yeah.
same
visual aesthetics?
like a rose.
Right.
That's, you know, sitting in like a foggy day with you know, little bits of just beauty. You can see tremendous beauty.
Yes.
And
I attribute that to chaos.
no, yeah, I'm not talking about attribution. I'm
So
saying
I probably wouldn't call it art.
You wouldn't call it art, okay? Because
I wouldn't call it art. I would be
so
able
art
to.
needs to be human made for you.
I'm not necessarily human. I think art,
Intentional.
yeah, it needs to have intent. Like something would have had to have made that rose in the way that it envisioned. Now I can take that rose and translate that into something that I divine sort of meaning from and create art. But being an atheist, the filthy nihilist I am, it's just chemicals and chaos, unfortunately.
No, yeah, attribution is irrelevant to the point that I was trying, because if you think, because again, it would address the point that if you think art requires effort or actual, you know, work involved, then
I think
almost...
I think animals can produce art. There are certain fish, can't remember the name, but they create these amazing spiral patterns on the ocean floor to attract mates.
Mm-hmm.
I know magpies are supremely intelligent. They can create things. So, you know, I don't think it's unique to humanity. I think obviously animals can express themselves. By the way, just for I'm not a furry, by the way. It's just in the same vein of like my characters. Lucy is my Mickey Mouse, so I some of my characters are anthropomorphic. So if you're gonna call me a furry, then fucking Walt Disney's a furry too.
Hang on,
so
Sam. Are you saying there is something lesser about being a furry?
No, it's just that I'm not. My wife is a
but
furry.
no, because if you are,
I'm not one.
Did you say your wife is a
Wow.
furry?
My wife is one. Yeah.
Dad, come out against
Okay,
rags,
wow.
and your movie sucks.
I'm kidding.
Hurtful.
No.
Hurtful.
It's all jokes.
I guess the ancient Egyptians were just a bunch of fetish artists, weren't they?
I mean, maybe.
maybe they were, but you know, still. Anyway.
Okay. Aaron of the Real says, Shad, will you be doing any deep dive in the Filipino swords, knives, and any other weapons of Southeast Asia?
Maybe, but unlikely. I mean, I have such a focus and love for medieval culture and history, and but we branch out occasionally into other cultures. We've got a Chinese sword there that we'll be doing a review soon on.
Nice.
Yeah.
Harrison Jodit says, after most of us become the robots, would you keep a Luddite human pet for the nostalgia?
Well, that's a question for the robots.
Okay. Would you pay, Harrison asks, would you pay a premium for certified human-made art like people do for organic or free-range food?
If it's good, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's horrible?
I mean, it exists today. Like you have photography that can, you know, capture your likeness perfectly, but we still pay for hand-painted portraits.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Silence You Idiot says, did you guys talk about stuff like Corridor Crew's AI solution to video games? Brianna Wu and others were mocking it, but as far as I'm aware, it's a nice mod-esque situation, especially when Skyrim already has reskin mods.
I don't think I've seen their anime that they made, which I think holy crap, that is so cool. And literally it lowers the bar that I would still need to get a green screen studio or something like that, but you're
gonna do it?
I can start making animations. Like friggin' awesome, man. And before that would be so vastly out of my means and budget that would be impossible. But now literally, like in the future, that's absolutely something I want to explore. And that's what I mean about opportunities and the democratization of art and enabling independent creators to be able to compete and stuff like that, where literally in the future, I'm going to explore doing friggin' animations. It's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
Coming after my job now, Shad.
That video is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Did you see the video, Sam?
Which one?
A lot of people lost their minds over it. What is it?
The rock paper scissors corridor video where they
Yeah.
kinda,
Oh,
like
that.
yeah.
I thought that was
Uh-oh.
He knows it's an abomination. He's trying to say it nicely.
it's just like yeah, I mean that one example
hate
was
it.
yeah, it was a bit shit. But
I
um,
loved
There
it.
you go.
I know, I'm sure, but like
Well, it's not
but it's
Akira,
not-
but hey,
it's not
I mean,
again, this is the thing, it's not always going to be shit though. You know,
Yes,
you
it
know,
shows the
will-
potential and like, oh,
I know, and the
Oh.
industry that fucking millions of people rely on will dissolve.
No,
Mhm.
it's going to create opportunity for so many people who don't have the means to make it and have an
We'll
opportunity
do both
to
those things,
compete.
right?
Yeah,
Those
exactly.
are
And
not
it'll create a new industry though. Like Sam, if you're
Mhm.
worried about your job getting replaced,
I'm
well,
not like I'm not worried about my job. It's because I'm self-employed. I'm not an industry guy. But well, okay, can I give an example? An
Sure.
example with I spoke to I wanted him on. It was Reed Southern. He did the response to you, Shad. Yeah.
God.
I
Wow, that was comically bad.
I was told you had reservations about having him on.
Oh, well, it would be like talking to a brick wall. He's the type of person that was so possessed and biased in his view that he couldn't even acknowledge that any AI art had quality or that I even had any artistic ability. And if you can't even acknowledge blatant reality, how much progress are you going to have trying to have a conversation? I mean, I could have a conversation with him and just point out at how ridiculous his arguments were because they were absolutely retarded, what he was trying to say. He literally claimed that he knew how to prompt better than me after he says I've only dabbled with it. And then he says blatantly 100% factually incorrect things about prompting, and then had the freaking gall and arrogance to pretend like he knew even a modicum of what he was talking about. Holy bloody crap. Really?
However, he does have industry insights as to the actual process. One thing that he enlightened me about was the blue sky period of production, where you know, a lot of people get their work, which is presently being reduced because not as many companies are hiring. And you say artists aren't entitled to have their work purchased
or in demand. Yes, that's true.
Or in demand, yeah. So you can say that, but you must also at the same time acknowledge, therefore, that they are being diminished in terms of it's just that.
I've acknowledged that. And I've also said, though, that they are in the best position to benefit from it as well. And they're shooting themselves in the foot by doing this. AI art is the devil, and anyone who uses it, and they're screwing themselves. If they want to ensure their employability and prospects for the future, well, guess what? This is where the future is going. This is the technology.
I know what the future, again, this is where we disagree. The future is going to a place where everyone can make their own private movies and no one is needed.
It'll still require the most talented people.
It will require people.
Those jobs
people.
are going away. I agree with you.
Yes, they are.
But there'll be other jobs in creating the characters that those people were designing.
No. The people will be able to fucking sit at home with a dick in their hand and basically just.
Again, look, for the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to require heaps of human.
But this is the thing for the next. This is the key.
Exactly.
The next 5 to 10 years.
How many jobs are you really talking about though? Because I understand what you're saying. You know, basically they do these big movies like Star Wars, and they hire a gang of artists to come in and do character design to give them different options on. You know, characters in Star Wars. AI will be able to replace those people relatively easily, and the decision makers will be like, "Oh, I like that one. I like this one."
Yep.
So, but in the
what are those artists now doing?
Hang on. But also from the company's perspective that wants to be able to make a film in the most efficient and effective way possible and use their money in the most efficient
Lowering
way.
costs, exactly where I was going, Shad.
Exactly. Why is that?
So they're making 3 movies and hiring more artists to actually
Exactly.
create the
No, well, they won't need artists at all for all 3. They will just sit in a booth and say,
not if they're making it concurrently. If they're making it at the same time with the same budget, they'll need to hire multiple AI artists to do those jobs.
Kathleen Kennedy will be sat in her office going, make her hair purple, and it'll fucking do it. The artists will be removed from the equation, I fear.
Well, good, because if they do, they'll make even more. You know why? Their quality will get even worse and make more crap and enable independent creators to actually kick the crap out of them and beat them in the market.
Okay, well,
if they want to shoot themselves in the foot, I'm happy to see them do it. Because Disney sucks.
Okay, what? Yeah.
I don't know that Kathleen Kennedy is the best decision maker. Anyway,
no, seriously, give all the creative decisions to Kathleen Kennedy. Go Disney.
It's already happened. Yeah. Okay, well, what if the executive, not Kathleen Kennedy, but what if you had Martin Scorsese or someone of the James Cameron, and they make his hair, make his skin blue, and it was the same fucking thing, but he made a great result.
Why is that a bad thing?
Well, because he's making a great result. That's fine. You can have that. You can have the great movie that he's made at the expense of all the people that would have made it. So what are they doing now?
Look, it's still, bottom line, it is still curation in this process. So many of those artists bring back character designs that are like, nah, I don't like that one.
Yeah. And
so
people,
I just...
Yeah. And people can't
what
demand.
are those,
what
are they doing? Where are they going? Into the
people can't demand Martin Scorsese or anyone's like, I demand you make a film in a more expensive way. That's take more
of course
time and
not.
money on you.
I know this is.
So
this
you can
is
hire
it.
me. You can't force people to do that.
Of course not. This is the tragedy of it. No, you can't, and yet it is the case, and I just think that's sad.
Well, no, because there is still opportunity in it. Okay,
for the artists that aren't, the visionaries, for the ones that do rely on their mechanical craft alone, the ability, because a lot of artists, they don't necessarily have a story, a genius idea in their head. A lot of them rely on their mechanical abilities.
Well, then they've been lucky, and they should be grateful that they should be grateful that they've been able to have a career doing what is ultimately a luxury type of job compared to many other jobs that exist in the world, and be thankful for that they're able to support themselves for that length of time.
Back it up.
No, but when the world changes, you need to adapt. Okay, you can't just demand that the world stay the same. And people, seriously, to demand that people disadvantage themselves by not using such a useful, beneficial tool just so they can keep their jobs, that's not right.
It's useful and beneficial to a tiny minority of people who have an idea.
Everyone's available to everyone.
No, not everyone. Not everyone is going to use this technology in the way that you think.
The most creative people will make the best stuff with it and benefit greatly.
Yeah, and the most fucking, someone just called me a quintessential pessimistic Brit. I'm sorry. It's always grey here. It's raining all the fucking time. I can't fucking help it.
The truth comes out.
Yeah. But listen, again, it's like those people are absolutely gonna lose out. And people keep floating this thing around like it's change. You're afraid of change. But I think change can be like have a positive effect. We agreed at the beginning that technology can have positive and negative effects on it. It's being changed doesn't mean that it's therefore better. It could be the next step backwards. There could be a lot of scenarios where this blows up in our faces, and I think denying that this could happen.
What is the scenario that it blows up in our face?
Well, the
Matrix.
Obviously.
The scenario is that people are so enthralled by their fantasy world that they don't want to live in the real one anymore, which is already happening. People are already chronically online. VR chat is a massive thing. Of course it's gonna go that way.
Aren't they being social though in VR?
Yeah, and also I don't think it'll necessarily make it worse. It will continue the trend, but just people migrate to doing something else. Like, for instance, the whole AI girlfriend thing.
VR chat has... Go on. Just very quickly. VR chat has, like, it still has the problem of anonymity. So yes, they're avatars that are animated, but it still has the same problem of authentic human connection, because you don't know who you're connecting to.
But are they NPCs though? That's what I'm asking.
People, right?
It might as well be, right?
People.
You're interacting with other people socially.
You're interacting with with the version of the person that they project. Like
it's still
online.
A social interaction. It's still a human being.
Yeah, well, it's built on. It's like a peacock display. People's true selves are hidden. We all project, like we all have a projection.
Profilicity.
Yeah.
Sam, So,
it's not necessarily going to make these already bad situations worse, but it likely will just change the way that people indulge those bad behaviors in different ways. For instance, there's a lot of guys that have trouble having relationships and stuff like that, and they end up simping after thoughts, okay? And that's probably going to change, and they're going to have AR girlfriends instead. But the issue still existed before, where they had an artificial relationship. The simp-thought dichotomy was far more exploitative.
Yeah, but the thing is,
thoughts are going to be put out of
I'm all for that. Yeah, absolutely.
But the thing is that the guys who previously couldn't get a girlfriend in, like, you know, fucking 30, 40, whatever you want years ago, it's like, shit, I don't have a girlfriend. Well, I have to go out. I have to find one. I have to meet a woman and talk to her. Now it's like, oh, it's an AI one. I'll just go.
No. Now they just had thoughts, and they simp after thoughts, right? And so they already had a substitute.
What does sorry?
Quickly, Sam. But what's better, a thought or an AI girlfriend?
I was going to ask, because I'm younger than you. I don't know what a fucking thought means. I've heard people say it. That hoe over there, is that what it means?
There you go.
Okay,
got it.
So what's the question? What's the question?
What's better, a thought or an AI
girlfriend? Human thought or a artificial
girlfriend?
I would probably say, and what defines a thought?
Okay, so thoughts, they usually show cleavage, and their male audience develops a parasocial relationship that they end up spending heaps of money on super chats to get the barest crumb of acknowledgement from this hot girl that's out of their league, just so they feel like they have a human connection. And these thoughts use it in an exploitative way to take money from guys that probably don't have the money to spare, and they just want to lead them on in this artificial relationship. And the guys are just getting crumbs for all the devotion, time, and attention that they're giving these exploitative women.
Jesus. Okay.
The AI is better.
I think. Don't you think that they could create predatory AI where it's like, you know, $5 to see my tits? You know, like where it's just it replicates that. Yeah,
but then it's just equivalently predatory to the AI.
But
then there are other applications that actually will not be as predatory.
And also the AI.
And I'm not saying it's good. I think it's all bad, but I actually think the AI girlfriend is less predatory than current day thoughts.
Have you seen Cherry 2000, Shad?
No, I'm hesitant to ask.
Oh, okay. Cherry 2000 is a movie about a guy who has a robot wife that malfunctions, and he sets out to find to basically get a replacement because she's a discontinued model.
Yeah,
but there's real woman, like there's a big controversy in the movie over whether or not you should date real women or have like artificial wives. But I think it's an 80s movie, so it's very
well. An AI, surely an AI girlfriend, the ultimate AI girlfriend, is a sentient one, which is something Shad's afraid of.
I think no. By the way, I don't think it needs to be sentient for people to project humanity onto them. It's already happening. Like there are chat models that people have been using as substitute girlfriends, and they genuinely have true affection and attachment to these AI chat models, and they see them as people. You're going to get that.
I'll answer your question,
just because the experience is going to be so.
I would probably say that the thought is better because the AI is more likely to be programmed in a way that can never displease its master, but a real life person has every chance of actually waking the guy up and making him realize this is shit. I'm going to get out.
It's not happening though.
But it's impossible with the AI. It will never upset you. It will never do you harm. It will say everything you want. It will do whatever it needs to make you satisfied. So you're forever trapped. You're locked forever on this path of having no female companionship, because
I think you're pointing out, yeah, I think you're pointing out the negatives that I agree in terms of the negatives, but I still think it would be less exploitative towards the guys that get trapped into this.
With microtransactions by the blue.
No, it's open source. It's going to be free. They're going to be able to get an AI girlfriend for free.
In places where prostitution is illegal, will they be able to open up brothels that just have robot women? Because that's technically not prostitution, right?
Yeah,
Sure.
they'll
100%, yeah.
Sci-fi has already predicted.
Well, they're out of a job as well.
Yeah, there you go. Look.
Oh no.
And I think that's a net positive as well. I'm happy.
People call me a pessimist. What, you don't want fucking the red light district in Birmingham?
The oldest profession in reality has now been destroyed.
I can't wait. Yes.
Perfect.
Again, all I see is the erosion of culture being replaced with something that is fucking a parody, like a mockery of something that actually used to be meaningful. So instead of actual processes that we love and rely on, you've got this fucking, digital fucking circus, and it's fun and everything, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm not convinced that it's going to lead to the betterment of our species.
Look, there's going to be good and bad that comes from it, but in AI art specifically, I see vastly more potential for good things than bad. And
don't get me wrong, I see that potential for good, but you need to see my potential for bad.
Yeah, I just disagree with a lot of it.
You mean the robot girls could be ugly? Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's subjective as well.
Wow. Rainy Vales asks.
Sorry, I was just saying that the robot girlfriends, that there's already sex dolls that you can download AI chat models into. They already exist.
Shad, how do you know that?
Because I study AI.
Okay.
And I didn't think we were that far. I thought we were still a couple of years away. And then it's like, holy crap, someone's already done it. It's like...
Well, I'm assuming it's just one of those sex dolls. They put like a little voice thing.
Yeah, but the mouth, it has robotic elements. The mouth will move and stuff. And it was this French guy, of course, the bloody French, right? And he actually put the chat model in this sex doll, and he tried to woo her, seduce her, ask the sex doll to have sex, and she rejected him.
Wow.
Fuck.
What kind of sex doll is this?
The AI was like, this is actually making me uncomfortable.
There you go. Perfect. Listen, that will solve the problem, Sam, right? They're training men to
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
Rainy Vales says, I really want to know what the arguments are for, quote, AI isn't stealing art from artists. AI is trained on a database. Where is all the, quote, art coming from? If not from other artists online, it's blatant theft.
All right, so yeah, I have it.
There it is.
Yeah, and I they probably posted that before I got to it in the stream. And just to reiterate, it's fair use. You can use copyrighted material to make new art as long as it's not plagiarism and stuff like that. And it's not like the art that was used to train these models do not exist in the resulting model. All right. And so under the conditions of the amount of substantiality or portion that was used and the transformative nature, it would qualify for fair use. And that's what I think is going to result in the court cases. People also misquote the court cases. Like they try and say that the Copyright Office does not have authority to make legal precedent. Okay. And so they don't understand what they're dealing with. And so all the announcements from the Copyright Office doesn't mean spit legally. It needs to be taken to court. It is in court. They claim that one of the court cases, which failed, proves that AI art can't be copyrighted and things like that. It's like, no, someone was literally trying to get the computer to own the copyright. And it's like, of course that's not.
Oh, that's the case that failed? Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that failed. And also, by the way, let me address the copyright issue because people really misunderstand this. Okay. So I think it's going to get to a point where copyright will be acknowledged, and it's already getting acknowledged when you have significant human input in the process. All right. And so like if anyone really thinks that they're confident that copyright doesn't apply to AI art, okay, go and plagiarize the Secret Invasion intro that Disney made with AI and see how far you get. I think you're going to run into a couple of legal, brick walls in that endeavor. And then there are other applications of it that people are not acknowledging. For instance, existing IP. All right. I have my book. Okay. I own that IP. I own the characters and I own the likeness of those characters. And so if I make an AI art image of, say, Dalen the Conqueror, okay, even if, which isn't true, but even if you couldn't copyright images, but you actually can, and that's where it's leading, right? Because I own the copyright to my IP, I have the sole legal right to make derivative works of that character and make and distribute derivative works of that character. And so it's my IP. No one can sell that apart from me. Even if AI made it, okay?
Could I just very quickly,
Yeah.
if I took Shadow of the Conqueror and fed it into an AI or maybe not an AI, I might do it myself and fed it, whatever, for the purposes we'll say an AI, and I created a book, called Shadow of the Bastard, and it was like it was almost your story. It had the similar beats, similar characters, similar designs, but it's not exact. Where would you stand?
I mean, if it's legally fair use, there's nothing I can do about it.
Would it not slightly niggle you that someone's obviously taking advantage of my vision?
I actually have a bit more liberal view on this type of stuff. People actually re-upload my content a lot as well, and usually I'm okay with it and stuff. Like people pirate my book all the time. I purposely did not put it's like something I am protection on the ebook. I purposely didn't do that, which means people can just copy it and share it. Because I actually think there are people who don't have the money to purchase it that who read it and then say, hey, this is a good book, and they promote it to other people who will purchase it. So I actually have a pretty liberal view on this type of stuff. And so yeah, I don't think I'd actually take issue, and especially if there's no if it's not plagiarism, which is one foreign copy, and there's enough transformative nature in it, anyone is entitled and allowed to do that. I would actually just have the confidence that the original is better and that I could make a better one, because I'm the one who came up with that creativity and that story.
And what if, God forbid, that the person who copied your idea is better at marketing than you, and they
I know that's always a question.
And they end up selling the case can be made for Harry Potter and the Worst Witch, not identical, but similar ideas, and one came out decades before. So if I had Shadow of the Bastard, and I had all these,
and it became huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
Oh, what a genius this redemption story.
You know what? It would probably boost sales of my book because of the association.
Even
if my book never
this guy copied off Shadow of the Bastard.
Yeah, and I could also claim that he is not as creatively talented as me, but that means I think I would have the confidence to make the sequel better than him.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about you, but I'd be fucking pissed.
I'd be pissed.
I would be like, oh my god.
For the people
how
saying,
do I hire an assassin? I need to
for the people saying, oh, what if? Well, yeah, that's how you make arguments. You've got to extrapolate and take them,
but the thing is, it would have to be different enough, because, by the way, similar things have happened. Do you know how much what's his name? It's is an old fantasy character with pale white hair and got the sword, and The Witcher is very much inspired by him.
Oh, it's Gandalf.
No, do you remember?
I don't know.
No, I don't.
It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. But anyway, they've been people have been gaining inspiration from this guy and making basic copies of him for ages. And Witcher is actually vastly better known. Elric, is it Elric? It might be Elric.
I need to read more.
But like Warhammer 40k lore, like the odd concept of chaos and order.
Elric of Melnibone?
Yep, I think that's the one.
Look at that.
I don't know, I've never heard of this character. But...
Really? There you go. And
it's from like 1,000 years ago.
Yeah,
no, this is new. This is recent.
That's the original ripoff
from
character
1961
for Gandalf.
No, for The Witcher.
Oh, the Witcher guy.
If you look up images, I hope it's the right one. I might have thought of someone different.
Everyone.
Oh no, this is him. Yeah, like pale
Eldritch.
blonde hair and pale white hair and stuff like that. He looks very Witcher-like, wouldn't you say? But barely anyone knows who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I bet that who poor bastard. Honestly, was he called Melbone?
Elric.
Artists have been stealing from other artists for centuries, though.
Yes,
so I just
really
think the AI component is just like a new development.
Yeah. And so you say that, this doesn't blackpill me on AI, because someone could do that without AI. Okay.
Right.
So...
No, well, that's why I specified I could. It's not necessarily on the AI point. It's just your identity being, I suppose, harnessed by someone else.
And Shad, I don't think it changes your arguments at all to say, hell yeah, I'd be pissed. Like, it
Well, that's
seems
how.
like-
That's how artists feel.
It depends how transformative it is, because
Right,
there are people who are getting pissed when there are things that are vastly different enough.
Oh,
and
of
transformative
course.
enough.
Yeah. Look, they both have blue skin. Oh my
Yeah.
God, you're totally ripping it off.
Exactly.
I just want to say, my book is set before the Big Bang. That's how far I had to go for an ounce of fucking.
But like, this is a good, because this leads into the idea of copying someone's style, right? Because AI,
Right.
you can literally do in the way of this artist's style, and they think this is, they take that as a huge affront. But
Look-
artists have been doing that for ages. Look at anime. Anime is just copying the same freaking style over and over. They say people are copying Sam Does art style, but Sam Does art is clearly copying Pixar style and other things like that. I'm like, freaking hell! Like, to say you own a style. It's like, no, you can't own that. I was like there's conversion evolution. People can come to the same style organically. People can use and mimic other styles. My book, literally, intentionally, I tried to copy two of my favorite authors' style: Brandon Sanderson, Robert Jordan, Orson Scott Card.
Oh,
okay.
I've got to, right, before we'll do this near the end. I don't know if we are near the end. No sense of time.
Yeah.
I've to ask Shad about Shadow of the Conqueror.
Yeah.
Oh, me and my wife have been trying to read that book for 2 years, and I maybe it's just not our cup of tea.
It hasn't been 2 years yet.
It hasn't been 2 years yet. We're still trying. What is the lure of that book?
It's a good question. It's got I feel it's got a compelling story. It poses a really interesting moral question dilemma, and it's resonated with a lot of people. A lot of people have really enjoyed it, and it's also
We're gonna finish
really,
it.
it dives into
What's
the hard
what
fantasy.
genre is it?
I would call it
Shad?
hard fantasy. So,
Okay.
have you heard of hard sci-fi?
I haven't. I've heard of sci-fi, but I don't know what hard.
So hard sci-fi is sci-fi where the technology really matters. And it goes into the realism of the technology, and it plays integral parts in the development of the plot. So hard fantasy is basically that, but adapted into fantasy setting and magic. And
So, like magic systems, yeah.
Exactly. And so the magic system is a science in the book, and it has very specific, predictable results. And because of that reason, I enjoy being detailed with how the magic system works, with how the world works and the world building and stuff like that. And I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's intentional. I did that because I enjoy those types of stories. And I enjoy this style of writing. And so some people find it gets too technical. And that's
I did the same. Like, with my book is a political drama, so I came up with all sorts of laws and legislation that, you know, so it's not magic, obviously. But no, I can understand the draw. We are going to finish it. We aren't. It's mostly a time thing.
No.
Carmen, listen, come on.
Hold on a second.
It's
Do
a
you realize
romantic
you
thing.
can look? You can read a book without your wife present. Like,
No, we've got to go through this together. We started it together, Carmen. We're gonna finish it.
Is this
So-
an audiobook or?
Sam, what are you struggling with, Dalen? Because like the main character, because a lot of like the people who have an issue.
Oh no,
with the
sorry,
book-
sorry, no, not your book. Oh, did I say Shadow of the
You
Conqueror?
said Shadow of the
did.
Conqueror.
Oh no, sorry. Oh God, I meant Way of Kings.
Oh wait.
No, not sorry. No, I'm sorry. I've accidentally laid a massive insult at your feet. No.
well, we were all wondering about that.
No, sorry, no.
Was that-
No. I finished Shad's book in a few days. It was Shadow of the no, fuck. It's Way of Kings. Sorry. It's
So hold on. Did you like Shad's book? That's the question.
I thought Shad's book introduced a lot of very interesting moral dilemmas that fiction usually shies away from, and I think that, you know, for that reason it's commendable, because I think there's no reality where thinking about something isn't valuable, and fundamentally, Shad's book made me think about things. So yeah, you know.
Is there an audiobook version of it, Shad?
Yes,
Yeah,
there is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll check it out.
It's
I
done by two of the best audio narrators. They're the audio narrators for Wheel of Time, they're for Mistborn and Stormlight Archives Way of
Look
Kings
at
as well.
this. Look, it does have an
like,
audiobook.
I feel
Yeah.
so bad. I feel so bad for the temporary. Like Shad, it wasn't your book. It was
it
Way
led
of
to a
Kings.
good conversation because
Shad handled it like a champ.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Yes,
yeah,
I'm impressed.
yeah.
It was free publicity, though. You got to talk about your book. Well, okay, what is Way of Kings? Is that a shitty one, Shad?
No. Way of Kings is by Brandon Sanderson, and for me, it's what Shad was taught, which is why I didn't pick up that he was talking about when he was talking about his own book, because it's very similar hard fantasy with magic systems and spren and stuff. It's just me and Carmen have been, it's so slow. We've been struggling to get through it.
Is your book cover, Shad, AI art?
No, that was done. Oh, can't believe my brain just went dead. Great cover
Look,
artist. Oh, McGrath.
Okay.
Is it Chris McGrath? McGrath, like phenomenal cover artist, and he's also done the second cover as well. That's being released with the graphic novel campaign. Chris McGrath. Phenomenal artist. That's the thing, right? People they say I'm against human artists, and are they insane? I've probably spent more on human artists than many people do in their lifetimes. Like literally hundreds of thousands of dollars I've spent with human artists developing content and great art and things. And the cover art for my novel is literally just that. Like thousands and thousands of dollars for and he's one of the best. Chris McGrath is top tier. Like, he's done covers for Mistborn and all the big names and everything. I went out of my way to make my book the highest quality possible, not just in the writing quality, but also the cover art, the audiobook. I got two of the best audiobook narrators in the world, and so
Didn't the guy also narrate Way of Kings?
Yep. Michael Kramer and Kate Redding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I can't really buy your arguments in this entire conversation, Shad, unless your next book does feature AI cover art and the voicing is an AI text-to-speech program.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is.
Exactly.
I want to do both. AI is going to enable me to make more content with human artists and hire more human artists to make even more content. But I will point out, just on the audiobook, right? The audiobook has a 4.6 rating. Okay, out of 5,000,
look at this.
Out of 5,000,
almost 6,000 ratings.
Almost 6,000 ratings. It holds at a 4.6. So I'm quite pleased with that.
So this is important. I was at the beginning of this conversation on your side, Shad, but actually I've changed my opinion because a fan of the show, Zero Fox, has created some AI art that I want you to bring up, Adam, where he stole my style, and now I personally feel threatened.
We gotta look. You gotta ask if this is real or not. I feel like Zero Fox might have just.
This is real. He made
I do need to answer Sam's question about Stormlight Archives. I realize I didn't.
Okay.
Do you want me to do that now, or you want to show the art?
Well,
how are you gonna send him the art? Can you drop it in the?
Can you bring up this picture, Adam?
Drop it into the DM room.
Okay. While you're doing that, Stormlight Archives, Way of Kings. Okay. I fully agree. It drags in certain areas. In actual fact, I think for me, you could cut the entire Shallan storyline from Way of Kings, and it would be a more enjoyable book for me.
That's the girl that goes to the work for the.
But the story with Kaladin, holy crap! To me, it has the most powerful emotional payoff of any book I've ever read. Like, get to the end.
Hey, Shad, read my book.
All right.
That's your chance. See, mine's only got poxy 200 reviews, but it is 5 stars.
There are so many damn books that I need to read, and I haven't had the time to get to. And I would love to read your book genuinely. And there's a whole heap of. The only thing
is, I will just put this out there. The book's called Amygdala, by the way. Yeah. It is expensive because it's fully illustrated. So
does it have an audio version?
Is there an audiobook version?
I am.
Is that applicable?
Because that's how I consume it.
Okay, well, Ewan, look, I'm recording the audiobook myself.
Hey. Sam, if you get the audiobook out, there's a much higher chance of me listening to it.
Yes, of course.
And if I do, I guarantee, just for you, I'll make sure to only listen to it when I'm making AI art.
Okay, that's great. Because then
I'm going to listen to her on climbing Mount Everest
in a virtual reality program
in VR. Yeah.
Okay, here I have the thing.
Okay, bring it up. I dropped the link in the Zoom chat if you guys want to see, or just bring up the stream.
Okay.
So here we go. My beautiful amazing art style stolen by AI art. So I am now violently against this. This is US. They used the prompt was U.S. Civil War and the art style of PSA Sitch. And look at that. Look at the realism of my art style.
I'm not
Look,
seeing
I
it.
actually think that they might have just copied your art style since it's pretty easy to do stick figures. So
no.
I'm not
This
seeing
required
anything.
high-tech AI, all right?
I'm not seeing anything. Where is it?
Oh, it's on the live stream on YouTube.
I have the. It's not. Man, I'm like so behind on the live stream. Holy crap!
Oh, yeah. I also
Oh,
dropped the link in the
There
video.
we are. Oh, the
There
stick
you go.
figure.
Yes. Look at
That's
that.
AI made. That doesn't look AI.
Yeah, look,
I
it's
don't
AI
know.
made,
Look,
yeah.
I don't think it. I think Zero Fucks might be messing with you.
Yeah.
Look
I
at the
think,
top. It says the AI website's called Tard
yeah, but
Art.
look, he knows how to do all kinds of Look, it's easy for him just to draw that.
No. He created an AI that's used to generate people who can't draw like myself. Okay, specifically.
Oh,
Zero
this is it.
Fucks.
Yeah.
Be honest with us here. This is not AI art, is it?
I think it is.
How hilarious is it that it's like hand drawn art that he's trying to play off as AI art?
Mhm.
That's ironic.
There you go. Okay. Let's see.
Any more super chats or?
I mean, there's a bunch more, but let me look for specific questions before. Well, we hold these gentlemen here. Sammy G, thank you so much. Says, I'm on Team Shad on this AI art debate. I would love AI to help me make more. I think AI can help gatekeep bad artists out, raise the bar for artists now, and condense reference search time for pieces. Interesting.
Wait, are you against gatekeeping? Isn't that the whole point?
Well, Sammy's in favor
I
of
am.
it, so
Yeah, like maybe
Oh, well,
got
she's in the
Don't know
lead.
which side. That sounds like you don't know which side your bread is buttered. But
there you go. There you go. Harrison Jodit says, if movies become less of a job and more of a hobby, which anyone can do but very few get paid to do, what effect might this have on woke Hollywood?
destroy it, and I can't
no.
wait.
No, what it will do is all the people who consume woke Hollywood will recede into their own private bubbles and create their own private fucking woke Hollywood. It will just be.
But they can do
people
that. Well, like they can make what they want, and we can make what we want.
Yeah, and then we're not connecting anymore, and that's the thing. We're not sharing ideas.
No.
We're creating ideas for ourselves.
The best stuff will still be shared.
But I think it will be shared. But
Cross
everyone will.
bubble.
Most people will just say, "Fuck it, I want to watch my movie tonight." Everyone, I think most people are gonna, go with what they want rather
But
than.
isn't that also like, holy? If I could make a better adaptation of Wheel of Time, and I could just that would be the Wheel of Time TV show adaptation. Was just,
I've never read the book.
An abomination and a desecration of the books. The books are phenomenal, and seriously, like, give me an AI better version of that any friggin' day. Like you could feed the books into an AI and make a live action adaptation that's accurate. That would be bloody awesome.
So someone asked another question about the theft thing, but I want to kind of put my 2 cents in here because your answer to that, Shad, and I think a lot of people are not finding it. I don't know. They don't like the answer satisfactory. Yeah, because
it doesn't matter if they like it or not. It's the fact.
No,
I
the
understand. Reality. Those are the facts.
But is the question that from a legal standpoint, the reason that AI art is not illegal is because when the laws were created, it had no conception of that even being a thing in the first place.
No.
I mean, like, not necessarily conception, but the thing is, though, in practice, humans are doing the same thing. Okay.
Yes.
It's just doing it with technology now, and it's technically still humans choosing to do it, just with technology to achieve, the same type of results, being able to mimic and be inspired by other artistic styles and learning from the collective works of the past. And I think that's actually a pretty profound thing, because there are so many artworks that just get lost and forgotten that could inspire and bring greater imagination to the human mind, but they get forgotten. Where with AI art, all of it kind of gets remembered, and people can still benefit from it.
I mean, I suppose aspects of it get, dragged into a generation, like, by accident, but that's a removal of the original piece, isn't it?
No, that's people don't understand how it works. It's not like a copy paste machine or a
no, I know it's not a copy paste machine, but like, if your argument is that through AI art nothing will be forgotten, because is it that it all exists in this matrix?
Parts will always contribute in terms of principles, style, patterns, and things like that. But people really don't know, because even describing it that way is an incorrect description of what's actually happening, because people don't understand what it really is. What is a diffusion pattern? It's actually learning a diffusion pattern, but people have no idea what that is, what to conceptualize it, or anything. But when you actually understand what the diffusion pattern is, that's where it's like, holy crap, that's the checkmate that this is not copying art. It's creating something completely new from learning from the process. And it's just really fascinating, because I could try and describe it, but it takes a bit of, analogy to get there. But once it does, you can kind of see, oh, it hasn't copied the art. It's learning how to make it. Like, it's learning all the principles to know how to make it, but it would never remake that same image. It's using the same principles to make art in the way that it's prompted to.
Mhm.
Simon Leary says, "Hey Shad and Sam, thoughts on the Malazan Book of the Fallen, best fantasy I've read."
I've heard of it. I haven't read it.
I haven't read it. Yeah.
No, well, there you
Like I
go.
said, I need to read. I'll be interested to hear your opinion on this method, Shad. When you say you wrote your book, you took heavy inspirations from artists you enjoyed. Which, by the way,
Brandon Sanderson, Robert Jordan, and Orson Scott Card. And people, when they read my book, they actually say it felt like reading a Brandon Sanderson book, and that's intentional. When I hear that, that's a compliment.
I can see the similarities. I'd be interested to hear what you think of my method. When I wrote Amygdala, I banned myself from reading any other form of content during the process of writing, at the very least the first 2 drafts. And the reason for that was I didn't want, even unconsciously, anyone else's ideas to get in the way of mine. So once I had the second draft done, then I started to consume other media again, and then start to refine it. So I suppose
I can sympathize. I've actually done similar things. There's a medieval fantasy book that I was writing several years ago, and I'm rewriting now. It's going to be my next novel. But as I was writing, my wife started reading Game of Thrones, and she mentioned that there's certain similarities. Hey, there's a trial by combat in this, and literally my book, in its original form, ended with a trial by combat, and I was like, well, I'm not reading it. Because I didn't want to be influenced or people claim that I was copying Game of Thrones, because this was the story that I was making. So I've done similar things. And it depends on what your approach. But I love Brandon Sanderson's style, also Scott Card and Robert Jordan. Like, when I read Wheel of Time, Jordan's just descriptions and the way it immerses you in the world.
I need to read it. What's it?
Good.
If you could sell it to me in a few sentences, what would you?
It's extremely immersive, and every single character feels like they're true original characters. Like, you think you come across a side character in the first book, and then 2 books later they reappear and they become like main, secondary characters and stuff, and they're still consistently well written. And then he goes out of his way to just do immersive details in the world that just sucks you in. He does character work really, really well. The overall theme and message behind it is actually really wholesome and uplifting, that men and women need to work together to make a better world. And it has great depictions of masculinity, and femininity. Like, one of the core aspects, actually, the nature of men and women in the world, which is why the TV show adaptation is such an abomination, because they literally try and subvert that in the TV show adaptation, where the book is so clear about the nature of men and women, and so much so that the magic literally is separated and different between men and women. And then just the overall plot and the arc of the characters are really engaging.
Okay, that will probably be the next book I read then.
Love it.
Cool. Well, we've been talking for almost 4 hours.
It's
a great debate. That's a great conversation.
I think it was a great conversation.
Loved it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think we both made points. Obviously, that there are specific areas that we disagree on. People are free to listen. I don't think a lot of people have the patience for it, but for my own selfish reasons, I feel like I definitely gained a lot from this. I've been taking notes.
Sam, genuinely, thanks for actually being open-minded and being willing to discuss. There are so many artists who are just like, anyone who supports AI art is an effing loser, and everything they make sucks. And if you want to see it, just look at my Twitter feed or the comments under my AI art video on Shadiversity. Like the amount of unhinged hatred, where it's just there's no possibility for reasoned discussion at all, where they're just 100% convinced of the evil of it, and anyone who even uses it deserves to be cancelled.
I think those people and on both sides.
Oh yeah, there's negativity coming from and I've denounced that as well.
Yeah, if you engage in that sort of behavior, you make yourself easier to hate.
Mm-hmm.
And we human beings, a lot of people, we need a dragon to slay, and it's what people tend to do is they go through their lives, they think good and evil. Well, obviously, everyone's the main character of their own story. I must be good. So then they hear something that they don't agree with, and they say, "Oh well, they don't agree with me. Well, wait a minute, I'm the good guy, so they must be the bad guy." Well, so that it's too Sam, easy for people to fall into these traps.
Like artists, especially people who are so aggressively against it. This isn't all artists, but the people that are dogpiling in their hate mob, right? They're making themselves look really bad, and they don't realize it. And like, there's a tweet here where someone replied, and he literally says this: says, "I am slowly becoming ashamed of being an artist because of all the elitists that come here and just talk smack. It would take me a really long time to even be able to generate pieces remotely close to the level of Shad's." And he's seeing all the people just coming on and being disingenuous and stupid and dunking on what is actually really good quality art. And
on the other hand, you have comments like, you know what? Artists are fucked, and I'm glad.
Yeah, and that's awful as well. And it doesn't achieve anything.
It
doesn't achieve
it doesn't.
Positive.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I've really enjoyed this. And by the way, I would like to talk to you just about fiction, divorced from this AI shit. So if you're down for it doesn't even have to be live streamed, but I would like to pick your brain on the process.
Let's try and set something up. I have a schedule of live streams at the moment. I'm going to be here with Arch tomorrow, talking about AI as well, and then I got FNT and things. And...
I can't wait to hear that. What is Arch against AI art, or is it?
No,
someone else coming in?
He's interested in it. He's covered it a number of times on his channel about the progress of it, and he seems to have a favorable opinion of it. So, if
I could make just since we're wrapping up a closing statement.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to wrap this up. I don't believe in forcing technology to fucking degrade itself or eroding it by any means. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. However, I do place a very high value on the human process of self-development, learning, engaging with the world, and we've all witnessed people falling into this habit of online life, where it's very easy for us to disassociate, isolate, vilify people, and it's not conducive, I think, to an advanced, positive, quality society or culture. It's regression, it's erosion. My concern with AI is that it could, and this is the possibility, and I do think it's likely. It's not definite, it's likely. It could lead to a world where these issues that are already prevalent now are beyond fixing. People will recede into themselves. They will have the fucking stupid chip in their head. They will generate whatever they want. They will spend their lives affirming everything they believe, blocking out everything they don't believe. And I'm not ashamed to say that I would be extremely disappointed and embarrassed by that world. I hope it doesn't happen. Shad doesn't think it will, and he might be right. And this is the key fucking tagline of this debate. Shad isn't necessarily wrong. He might be right. I hope he is. It's just my concern and all the observations that I've made lead me to believe that there is a threat of this happening, and I hope we avoid it. That's it.
Here.
There you go.
You want to say anything, Shad?
You want to say anything, Shad?
I think I've said everything I need to. I appreciate your perspective, Sam. It has been a great discussion.
Yeah, this
Likewise.
was great. So, Sitch, we're gonna read a couple more super chats, but I guess we'll say goodbye to the guests.
Yep.
All right, cool. Thanks for coming on, you guys. This was a great discussion. Thanks for
Love it.
including us.
No, thanks
Sound.
for setting it up, man. I really appreciate it.
Okay, cool. Take
Bye.
care, everyone.
All right,
Bye then.
catches.